Hey guys, Nyx here, and we are back with Reverse. And it's a spooky event. Just because of the, time difference, the weird desync between, the initial release and the global release. All the Halloween events happen in December. It's fine. More excuses to use my spooky outfit. Because I doubt the next main game I do is spooky. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's gonna be spooky. So yeah, also, because of everything that happened with my computer last month, I actually haven't really played Reverse since the last event, or specifically since my PC died. I was able to get on, and I pulled for Jay. I did get Jay. I just haven't leveled up any of the characters I got from that banner. Because I got 4 or 5 new characters from that banner, I forget. But none of them are leveled up. I will not be using them here. Hopefully I get back into the swing of things and I start leveling them up, because some of them I think might actually be useful. Until then, though, Haunted Motel, here we come. Okay. Rain-soaked soils, shallow footprints. A mercenary is a wide... I can read. I promise I can read. A mercenary in a wide-brimmed hat kneels on one knee, her left eye glowing brightly.
10.6 inches long.
The soil beneath the footprint is uneven. One side presses deeper into the ground.
Signs of limping.
Wide stride, heavy indentations, a slight drag.
Male.
Heavy pressure on the forefoot, lighter on the heel, deep scrapes at the front, fewer at the back.
Around 20 years old.
Light on his feet, uneven pressure on the forefoot.
Lightweight.
She scratches her scalp with the barrel of her shotgun. That doesn't seem smart. The further she goes, the more irregular the footprints become, and more clues emerge.
More sets of footprints here.
There's a rustling in the grass nearby, along with the faint sound of a conversation.
Are you sure this is where the materials for the revered one are? There isn't even a single trace of human activity here, let alone a market.
Oh, are they looking for the market?
I guess the only possible explanation is we're here for these plants, right?
Of course not, you idiot.
That's too bad. I'm great at harvesting plants. I'm a pro, see? Check out these calluses. Although my mom would probably disagree. Do you have any idea what these materials look like? It must be important, so we better handle them with care. Don't want to risk mistaking them for weeds, you know? I hope they're easy enough to find. With my leg messed up like this, I can hardly handle any delicate work.
Okay.
That's him. The one with the limp.
Sorry about this, man.
There's a distant sound of a gun being cocked. Oh no!
But at least you'll see your mom soon. Up there in heaven.
What?
So he got the old Yeller treatment. The mercenary decisively pulls the trigger of her shotgun. The bullet grazes the assailant's cheek.
Who's there?
Or he almost got the old Yeller treatment. Okay. I'm just gonna jump into it and hope that I remember what I'm doing. Okay. Have to think. It's this one, and that one, and this one.
Eliminate target.
And we're good. Because it's gonna be on baby mode, just so we can get through the story, obviously. I still haven't gone back to those other chapters where it's like, oh, on stream I'll do it on baby mode, and off stream I'll worry about, like, doing things smart. Just so we can get through the story. I haven't done that yet. I need to do that at some point.
What are you waiting for? Get your ass out of here.
His trembling hands betray his fear and panic.
Ah, you got a couple questions for this one too, huh? Well, first come, first served. I'm afraid you're gonna have to get in line.
She steps on the man's chest and presses the barrel of her gun against his throat.
All right, here's how we're gonna do this. I ask, you answer. If you lie, I'll blow your jaw off.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Have you ever met a girl named Kayla?
Kayla.
Kayla?
Let's try that again. A girl about 5'3", chestnut hair, emerald green eyes, speaks like a Texan. Have you seen her? Yes or no?
The man shakes his head in terror.
No?
She smirks.
Then why's her hair clip in your pocket?
Oh. She presses down harder, jamming the shotgun into his throat.
I remember. There's a girl, 5'3", chestnut hair. She's always carrying a basket. Her name's Kayla, too.
Now you remember.
But her eyes ain't emerald green. They're...
The man's mouth opens helplessly as he desperately tries to remember the color of the girl's eyes. It's on the tip of his tongue, but he can't seem to spit it out. The crucial detail he should remember, but has now forgotten.
Tell me how you got this hair clip. The more detailed, the better.
We just bumped into each other by chance. She dropped it on the road, and I thought my daughter would like it, so I...
Relieved to have moved on from the color, the man blathers on obediently. Her finger tightens on the trigger.
I'll give you one last chance. Where did you meet?
At a place called... Tuesday's Motel.
There
Okay.
you go. That wasn't so hard, was it?
She hefts the shotgun and knocks the man out with the butt.
Next time, just spit it out. Save us all some time.
Are you with the Foundation?
The Foundation?
Yeah. They hate the Foundation, you see. But you saved me. I need some help. My mom...
The mercenary cuts him off harshly.
I ain't never heard of no Foundation. And I don't give a you-know-what about what's going on between you and them. Got my own matters to deal with. I'll leave him with you. Keep the gun. You figure the rest out yourself.
A thin cloud obscures the setting sun, scattering its light. She looks out into the horizon.
Now, where's this motel?
The young follower points a trembling finger southward, where the stars have started to appear in the sky. The red lowlands lie still, their furrows rising and falling gently.
Listen, you saved my life, so I owe you one. I have to warn you, that motel...
Save your breath. We're done here.
Wait!
The follower hurriedly puts out a few dollar bills, pulls a few dollar bills from his pocket.
You're a mercenary, right? I can tell by your gear. I'm worried about my mother. If you see her on the road, please give me a call.
He hesitates for a moment before taking off a metal locket from around his neck.
Here's a photo of her.
The mercenary opens the locket to reveal an elderly woman with a kind smile.
Got it.
She hands it back to the follower.
And here, my phone number.
I was about to say, it's like, she doesn't have your number. He writes a series of numbers on the blank section of one of the banknotes.
And listen, be careful. Something ain't right about that motel.
All right.
She takes the money, slips the dollar bill with the phone number into her pocket and turns away. The afternoon heat lingers on the highway. The mercenary makes her way back to her car, shotgun in hand. She comes to a sudden stop.
1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep.
A soft voice echoes from afar, and she notices a fluffy white figure circling around her car.
Is that a sheep?
It's a lamb girl. Let's see. The fluffy creature turns its head. It's sheep-headed human body. It's a sheep-headed human-bodied arcanist.
2 sheep, 3 sheep. Funny how we hit the hay every night, just like kids hit the books every day. I'm Barbara. Nice to meet you.
The sheep-headed arcanist extends a hand, a gesture befitting an introduction, but she doesn't get the expected response.
You're in my way, ma'am.
I've tried waving and shouting at the drivers, but none of them stopped for me. Thankfully, pacing around the road seems to have done the trick.
Listen, if you need a ride, here's my answer.
No? I'm guessing. She gets in, closes the door, and looks at the hitchhiker through the open window.
No.
My driver left me here. Probably because of that scraping sound on the car roof. That scared him half to death. Everything happens for a reason. Destiny's brought me to the right place, I think. Could you give me a ride? I'm on a business trip, so money is no object.
It ain't about money.
Oh, a disappointing answer. But I understand. One must be vigilant. If you don't mind me asking, miss, what happened to your eyes? They're bloodshot. It's best not to drive with your eyes in such a state. You have a much higher chance of getting into an accident.
And because of the trailer, we know this happens.
That ain't none of your concern, sheep. See ya.
The mercenary closes the window, finally blocking out the endless chatter. She turns the ignition key and the radio bursts to life, blaring disco music inside the vehicle. She shuts it off and stomps on the gas. The engine roars as the speedometer climbs higher and higher in the fields on the either side of the roads. Shepherds are herding their sheep. Unwelcome memories begin to surface. The land at the foot of the hills is covered in Indian grass, now turning a sunset red as autumn approaches.
Argus, come over here. This little lamb almost didn't make it out of her mama's belly.
The girl cuts the lamb's umbilical cord with a pair of scissors while the ewe lies in the hay, bawling weakly.
That's life.
Don't say that. No living thing is born to suffer. Look, it's already standing.
The ewe licks off the afterbirth as the lamb struggles to stand on its shaky legs.
What an adorable little thing.
She grins as she wipes the blood and fluid from her hands onto her apron.
It's getting dark. We should take them back. Ain't no way they'll make it through the night out here with their mama hurt. And you can't see a thing at night.
You're right. Let's go.
The wind sweeps through the grass and rustles into the distance.
Screw it.
Argus grits her teeth and yanks the steering wheel, screeching her car into a U-turn. She slams on the gas, rushing back to where the sheep-like arcanist was. But when she arrives, there's nothing but a few cotton plants swaying in the breeze.
Should have minded my own damn business.
She turns the wheel again, harder this time. The tires screech as she makes another U-turn and drives off. In the distance, the sun dips behind the hills. I promise I can read. Her vision is fading. She switches on the headlights. As expected, the light is too dim to make up for her night blindness. She can hardly see a thing. A hard break. Pain. Unfortunately, it's too late to stop the crash.
Before we left, TTT was telling me an urban myth about Texas.
Huh, sounds about right. What's the story about?
The story starts off in the typical way. A man was driving down a long Texas road when he saw a girl hitchhiking. He offered her a lift and a piece of chocolate. The man dropped the girl off at a cemetery and drove on. It was late at night, so he was hoping to reach his destination quickly. Soon after, he saw a funeral procession going down the road. The photo of the dead seemed familiar. Curiosity came over him, and he followed them to the cemetery. Look, a piece of chocolate.
Okay. So is Sheep Girl already dead then? I'm thinking, what's the classic horror film with Bates Motel? Is that Psycho? There's like a haunted motel. That is what this is about. Anyway, how you doing, GM? We just started, so we haven't made it to the motel yet. But we're about to get to the motel. Or wait, no, is it Shining with the haunted motel? I forget. Either way, haunted motel. There's a sheep girl, or like a girl with a sheep head, and then like a mercenary lady. And that's all we got right now. Maybe? Maybe. There is a haunted motel in this. Let's see. A sudden beeping interrupts her story.
Give me a moment. I have to take this. It's from the Foundation.
The voice on the other side is as calm as ever.
Timekeeper, this is an emergency notice. The Xeno base in Texas, USA has conducted a large-scale evacuation.
Okay.
Xeno has not yet responded regarding their actions.
Oh, cool, cool. Congratulations. That's gotta be a relief.
Should you encounter any difficulties on your trip there, please contact headquarters immediately.
Understood.
Despite these developments, your mission remains the same. Contact U2 editor Barbara, who was last seen near Route 77 collecting information, and find Erd's current whereabouts through her.
Oh. Okay. Cool. Because Erd, if I remember right, Erd is the one that I was, like, theorizing might be Verton's mom. If I'm remembering names right. And we finally know how to pronounce U2. I just thought it was U-T-T-U. I guess it's U2.
Since U2 editors use a special communication channel, her current location is still unknown. We'll be in touch as soon as there's any new information. Any questions, Timekeeper?
No, Erd is, the blind lady from the half anniversary event, if I remember correctly. And the way she talks, the way she looks, she's very similar to Verton, so I have been speculating that she is Verton's mom, and Verton is apparently looking for her, adding fuel to that fire. But I still could be wrong. I do not know.
No. Thank you.
All the best, then.
Okay, the communication ends. Lilia looks thoughtful.
What did they say?
there was a mass evacuation at the Xeno base in Texas.
What's that all about? They called me 2 days ago, saying that Red 38 was still under routine maintenance in their armament factory.
Okay. Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that. It's like, I've seen, like, RT play parts of, like, Elden Ring stuff, but I don't know anything.
But now, all of a sudden, they're gone? How am I going to get my Red 38 back now, huh? If they hadn't taken her away for inspection, we wouldn't be traveling in this little car, wasting all day on the road.
The operator only mentioned an evacuation. It's still possible that some of them have stayed behind to keep the factory running. If you're worried about Red 38, we can take a detour there. It's in Chisos. The town isn't far from here.
Okay. Lilia squirms in her seat.
Hey, mister, can you take us to the cheeses? It's just a little detour.
He taps his finger rhythmically on the steering wheel.
Girls, I don't know why y'all are here. But whether it's just for a bit of adventure or for business, I gotta tell you, something ain't right in that town. We've all heard the stories. Scratching sounds on car roofs, animal bits stuck to car grills, and those people in black robes running around. It's all too weird for me.
Okay.
Give the ghost stories a rest. Look, if you're trying to negotiate a higher price, at least be a little smart about it, instead of trying to spook us with a few tall tales.
You got me all wrong. Who in their right mind would throw away the cash in their hand unless they were forced to? Benjamins are good and all, but they ain't worth my life. Ain't no way I'm taking you there, no matter how much cash you throw at me.
Why? Were you the driver in that ghost story?
No.
Have you seen these things happen yourself? Come on! It's just a little detour. It won't even cost you much fuel.
He clenches his hands tightly around the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white from the pressure.
Sir?
You see that? It's fogging up.
We're going into Silent Hill. No. Thick, milky fog envelops the car. The driver pulls over.
Ain't no way this fog is natural. We shouldn't go any further. I'm stopping right here.
Fine. I'll drive. Bob sits with me.
I don't think that's how it works, Lilia.
No! Nobody get out of the car.
Why?
Are you kidding me? You haven't heard the stories, have you? Then what in the hell are you even doing here? When the fog rolls in on Route 77, you should always stay in the car. All kinds of terrible things hide in the fog. Some folks say they saw giant white crocodiles. Others say they saw dead bodies hanging from trees.
Okay.
Ain't nobody leaving this car. Not until the fog's gone.
The spooks, they have arrived, potentially. He's interrupted by a drawn-out scraping sound on the roof of the car.
Is that?
Oh, come on! Don't tell me you're scared of this stuff.
No response.
He's fainted.
Well, we're out of the driver. A strange atmosphere spreads inside the car as they sit and listen to the scraping on the roof, but this is nothing compared to what happened at Green Lake campsite. Finally, the scraping stops and a few black and white figures dart past the windows.
I see. This looks like the work of a mumus. It's a critter commonly seen in the southern US. When they're frightened, they produce a fog-like gas from their respiratory trumpet.
So that sound is just some critter scratching along on the roof.
Lilia opens the door.
At this rate, I won't get my Red 38 back for another month. Well, I always wanted to try this. Help me move this guy.
Oh no.
And you'll have to give up your passenger seat, Capitan.
I know what you're thinking, but do you have a US driver's license? Or any driver's license at all, for that matter?
Well, she can drive a broom.
What do I need that for? I can fly a broom and even do all those maneuvers. That takes more skill than driving a car, don't you think?
I think it works a little differently.
Compared to flying, Driving a car is child's play. Just look at the number of drivers compared to pilots in the world.
Well, that's a little different. There's more cars than planes. Following the pilot's plan, they adjust positions.
Now, where do we start?
Oh no. She glances at the dashboard in front of her. This doesn't look like the interior of SU-01BE, a minor issue. She thinks back to her training.
Start both engines. Keep the tachometer at 70%. Here's the nose wheel steering, the position indicator for the joystick, the throttle lever. And these are for the flaps.
I'm guessing the flaps are the windshield wipers.
No, that's not right. We're in a car, not a flying machine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she's more used to planes and flying machines than cars. So, both engines. The rear seat passenger quickly fastens her seatbelt.
Let's just get out, Capitan. Can't wrap my head around this hunk of metal.
Good decision.
If these critters are responsible for this fog, our solution is simple. We drive them away. Let's go.
We go, we poke. She opens the door and the thick fog outside rushes in like a tide. Let's see, the magazine column was always popular, but now the columnist trail has vanished near Route 77. Let's see, since our last column, we've been inundated with letters, tapes, and voice recordings of our passionate readers. I must say, the impact of the piranhas in the sewer story exceeded my expectations. One anonymous reader compiled 23 different urban sewer predator legends she picked up during her travels and asked when I was going to write about the country witch who turned into a hare. She fondly recalled how her grandmother's amusing witch stories, tinged with a touch of gentle fright, would lull her to sleep as a child. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to this reader. These contributions are invaluable to my writing, and I'll soon delve into the childhood tales. Stories of mysterious, transformative arcane skills are truly captivating, and their prevalence might be more widespread than I initially thought. As we continue with the last issue's theme, sewer legends intertwine with conspiracy theories. For example, in a tape sent by a Mr. K from New York City, a relative of his staunchly believes that the government secretly hired a team to feed albino fish living in the sewers. In previous investigations, a teenager shared his thrilling experience. He encountered a human-sized upright walking reptile and rodents in the city sewers. These stories often end with the line, "The government knows they exist, but the higher-ups are keeping it all hush-hush." More radical speculators suggest that the city sewers can easily be used as experimentation sites. With piranhas, alligators, giant snakes, and all manner of other dangerous creatures being secretly bred by the government or mysterious organizations for unknown purposes. In our next column, we'll be returning to Texas, where this series began. As you read this, I'll most likely already have set off on a new adventure. Perhaps our paths will cross on the dusty roads of Texas. Okay. So that's why she's here. She's investigating, like, urban legends and stuff. So she's probably investigating that car story. And she's gonna get wrapped up in the motel instead. Let's see, they get out of the car and step onto the asphalt road. A barely perceptible moisture fills the air. The mist is pervasive, even filling their ears and nostrils. A faint breeze runs along their faces, like a spider's web blowing in the wind. A flash of insight comes to her from some distant, unreachable place.
What is it, Capitan?
Someone's casting arcane skills nearby.
Oh, that's not good. The crying of a baby throbs faintly in her ears like an insect bite.
Do you hear that? Sounds like a crying baby.
Better go take a look.
The grass is rustling as if something is moving nearby.
You know, a Texan soldier once told me about a notorious bandit back in his hometown many years ago. He would record the sound of a crying baby and play it outside the homes of single mothers. Then he'd wait, ready to attack them if any of them opened their door to look for the baby.
Oh.
Yes, but the actions of one man don't negate all other calls for help.
Of course not. It's just a reminder to be ready for anything. We're close now. Prepare yourself.
Got it.
Okay. Grass sways and the faint crying stops. The fog grows thicker.
Burton, over here!
A broken flashlight lies on the ground. The damage looks recent. Not far away, they spot a foot in a black shoe and a pale ankle disappearing under purple fabric.
Hello. Please help.
Well, I mean, the last game we played where we just randomly found some pale girl in a purple dress, it didn't end well for the protagonist, so maybe we don't trust the maid. Frail woman tightly cradles a swaddled infant, her body curled up and trembling with fear.
Are you alright, miss?
The maid turns her head, her face is pale, as if all the blood has been drained from it.
Finally. Someone. Please, help me. These critters won't let me leave. Every time I try, they knock me back. My baby's starving and crying. If you hadn't come, I really don't know what I would have done.
The critters make a wary sound.
You mean these Moomus? I've never read about them attacking anyone in any reports. In fact, they're known for being rather timid.
Yeah, they look sort of squishy.
Reports don't necessarily capture the whole story, Capitan. Look at them. They don't seem very timid to me.
The Moomus before them opens its mouth wide, revealing its sharp white teeth.
Careful, it's going to attack.
The squishy things are gonna poke us. They look very cuddly. Like a seal, which is probably why they're trying to attack, because seals can
It is here.
Loading.
get angry. Any animal can get angry if it's provoked enough, so the maid might have done a thing to them.
And now to return to my long-term mission. Rest.
The creatures scatter, the grass rustling as they flee.
They always run off so quickly.
The woman pulls herself up off the ground and brushes the dirt off her skirt. Oh, hey, Lim. Welcome to more spooks. For some reason, well, it's because of, like, the gap in time between, like, the initial release and the global release, but December is always spooky month for Reverse, so...
Are you alright? Did you get a good look at them? Those slippery little things look like seals, don't they? They always jump on passing cars and rub their flat hind legs on the roof, making that coarse, scraping sound. Amazing creatures, aren't they? These little fearmongers.
Wind sweeps across the plains, dispersing the fog. The woman's face flushes red as she sways lightly in the breeze.
But they are, in fact, easily frightened. The slightest movement could startle them. That's why it's foggy all year around here. Many of my guests have trouble finding their way to the motel.
You'll do it eventually, Lim. I believe in you.
Are you ladies looking to check in at the motel?
Motel?
Yes, Tuesday's Motel. If you're looking for a comfortable bed for the night, it's the place to go. Anyway, thank you so much for saving us. I owe you one.
She pats the swaddled baby.
Excuse me. Are you the maid at Tuesday's Motel?
Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Folks around here call me Tuesday.
Okay.
Hey, Tuesday, over here. Hey, Tuesday, breakfast for one, please. Tuesday, Tuesday. Oh, ain't we all like horses? And our names like the reins pulling at us.
She looks at the two, the two of them over. I can read.
Do you need a place to stay, ladies?
Thank you for your kindness. But our driver's still in the car. We can't just leave him there.
And our luggage and travel documents are still in the trunk, along with our cash too. Let's head back now that the fog has cleared.
Watch the driver, like, be gone.
Shall I lead the way?
You?
She looks the maid up and down suspiciously.
What were you doing out here alone anyway?
I was waiting for a guest. It's been 2 hours and they still haven't shown up. I thought, rather than waiting here, I would pay you back for helping me. I assume you parked near Route 77? Let me take you there.
Okay. But is the car still here? The setting sun scatters its light, illuminating the dogwood and cotton plants in the fields.
That coward.
He's gone. The car is gone. Nothing remains but a few scattered pieces of luggage. Well, at least he left us the stuff.
He just threw out our luggage and took off. How pathetic.
At least he didn't take the luggage with him.
This is true. Oh my gosh, if he drove off with the briefcase, that would have been horrible.
I'd advise against that, especially here. You've seen those movies, right? Bad things can happen on the road out here. There are a lot of smugglers around these days.
There's a clear concern in her voice.
Did you say your motel wasn't far from here?
Yes. Come this way. There's an easy trail that won't dirty your shoes. Don't worry, it ain't far.
Okay. The walk isn't far indeed. Before long, they're standing in front of the motel.
When night falls and the signs are lit, a weary traveler may find a comfortable place to rest here.
Under the shade of the neem trees, the wooden porch awaits its owner, darkening in the fading sunlight.
Welcome to Tuesday's Motel, ladies.
Okay. We got to the creepy motel. Now for the creeps to happen. The maid stands behind the front desk in the motel lobby. She's checking in her new guests.
That'll be $25 altogether. Will that be on card or cash?
Cash, please.
The maid holds up the passport, comparing the information on it.
Hey, do you know if there's an armament factory in the town nearby?
An armament factory?
She studies Lilia's outfit and smiles as she responds.
Yes, there is one. Would you like a map?
She opens a drawer, pulls out a map, and hands it to her.
If you plan on visiting, make sure to return early. It can be a difficult walk in the dark.
Lilia quickly finds the town labeled, I think they said it was Chisos, on the map.
Doesn't seem far from here.
It's about an hour's walk. I'd recommend leaving tomorrow morning. It's getting late. It's best not to be outside at night.
Thanks, but I'm going right now.
Maybe don't. She moves with swift purpose to the front door.
Nothing can go wrong as long as I have Red 38 by my side.
But currently you do not have it by your side.
Call me if anything happens.
Like what? I can handle myself.
A rush of wind enters as Lilia opens the door and makes her way out of the motel.
Don't worry. She'll check in later.
Here's your passport.
Have you been working here since the opening of this place?
Yes.
How's business?
The maid laughs softly.
Not too great. It's the off-season now. You don't seem too good at small talk. Is there anything you'd like to ask?
I do have one question. Have you seen a sheep-headed arcanist around?
She shows the information provided by the Foundation.
Oh, that's not a face you'd easily forget.
Nope.
And why are you looking for this arcanist?
Do we want to tell her that she's part of Utu? I don't think she's gonna buy the first one. Maybe we do, be honest here.
Utu. I think I've heard of that before. That's a magazine specially made for arcanists, right? Well, I'm sorry to say that I've never met an arcanist with the head of a sheep. I can help you ask around if you...
Suddenly the ceiling starts to tremble. That's not good. A surge of arcane energy comes from above.
What? Sounds like something's going wrong upstairs. Sorry about that. Let's head up. Your room's on the second floor too. Then we can take a look at what's happened.
Sounds good.
Just so you know, the guests upstairs are a little...
Spooky? The maid hesitates.
Well, you can stay behind me if you like.
Oh no. Why did you let them into your motel if you knew they were problematic?
How about it?
Yes, basically. The spooks, they are coming. Voice echoes from down the hall.
It's just a simple room swap. I'm sure it won't be no trouble at all for a generous lady such as yourself.
Okay, so she's here.
That's the guest staying in room 210. She arrived here the night before yesterday.
Okay.
She was injured when she came in. Seems it didn't take her long to recover. But I don't quite understand why she insists on swapping rooms with the other guests. If she does the same to you, please call the front desk. I'll do my best to help.
Okay, so she's like checking all of the rooms.
Why didn't you offer her your help? She needs it more than I do.
Oh, things don't work like that here, miss. Everyone has their own secrets. With the variety of guests we get, it's best to keep your mouth shut, or else somebody will shut it for you. Although there are fewer bounty hunters around these days, my advice is to stay quiet if you don't want any trouble. Especially if you're dealing with an armed mercenary. You know how things like that play out down here in Texas, don't you?
Oh no.
Understood.
The voice down the hall continues.
Or do you have something else in mind?
Oh no.
Is your room bigger and better than this one?
Oh. The doll is here. Oh no. A more lively voice chimes in. Oh no.
That's the guest of room 218 speaking. She too is a young lady like you.
You remember all the guests and their room numbers?
You'd remember her too if she'd been staying in your motel for a month. Miss Kimberly's been here for just over that.
The maid quickly moves towards the source of the voice. The man before her looks haggard, his back slightly hunched, his eyes yellowed and cloudy.
Mirror. The mirror.
Did it say red rum?
Mr. Stefan, are you coming out for some fresh air?
Everyone in the hallway turns to look at the maid.
Maid, you're just in time. I'd like to swap rooms with this Kimberly lady.
If Miss Kimberly and yourself have come to an agreement, then I see no reason why you can't do so.
The man makes a dry, rasping sound, his vocal cords trembling unnaturally. It's like he's speaking for the first time in his life.
Timekeeper?
He knows us?
Have we met?
This response seems to trigger something. His expression twists.
Virgin?
That's me. Do I know you, sir?
I saw you. In the newspaper.
Newspaper?
The newspaper, that vacuum bomb. Did you see the explosion? You must have, because you made it happen. You dropped the bomb, you murderers.
What? Is he talking about the bomb that blew up Arcana?
But have any of you been brought to justice? No, not a single one. Instead, you were congratulated and given medals. Revolting. Disgusting. Why were you rewarded for murder?
He blabbers on, working himself into a frenzy.
Meanwhile, I'm stuck in this hotel. Lord, is this what my life has come to?
But we've never met before. I don't even know your name, sir.
Of course you don't know me, but I'll get the truth out. I'll expose your crimes to the public.
The man's deranged rant continues, his knuckles turning white as he clenches his fists.
That rotting woman in the tub, that sheep-headed monster, and that one inside the mirror.
Okay. So he's seen Barbara.
Sheep-headed, you say? Wait, sir.
Shh, don't startle him. He's totally crazy.
Yeah, he kinda is, but there's some information in there.
I should have known it was all fake. If they're giving out medals for killing people, then I should have one too. That shiny medal. It should be mine!
He bites down hard on his lip, his cloudy eyes staring straight ahead. He steps forward.
Stay back!
But the man has already lunged at them. Well, now we know why there's a fight in the motel already. Crazy guy. We poke. Oh, I mentioned it on another stream, and I've also mentioned it, like, in Discord. Last week, while I was gone with family and stuff, we were watching, like, TV, the shows that my grandma likes watching. Mainly, like, murder mystery stuff. But one of the ones that she turned on, it happened to be based around Tosca, just like the event that introduced Isolde. I was so confused because they had all this opera stuff going on. And it's like, why does this sound familiar? Why? I'm not familiar with operas at all. Why does this seem familiar? And then the lady like screams Isolde's line from her ultimate. Is like, oh, it's that opera. I found that as a funny coincidence. Let's see. A single blow from the butt of the mercenary's shotgun knocks the man out. The maid breathes heavily, her face slightly flushed.
I'm ever so sorry about all this, Miss Furton. You've only just arrived, And you've had to deal with so much trouble already.
Oh, it's no trouble. In fact, I'm glad that we came here. That man said he'd seen a sheep-headed monster.
Oh, that. He's quite delusional. Surely you won't take the ramblings of a madman for a
But you
fact,
saw the
will you?
photo. We're looking for the sheep-headed monster.
He's been peculiar since the day he checked in. He spasms and twitches and pays little attention to his surroundings. It's best not to have a face-to-face conversation with him. Who knows what he'll do next?
Hey, you, maid. Enough chatter. You have a job to do.
The girl impatiently interrupts their conversation.
I've accepted the offer this, Miss Argus made. What's next? What should we do?
Apologies, Miss Kimberly. I'll be with you in a moment. Could the both of you wait for me at the front desk? The rooms need a tidy up before they can be occupied. You may take a rest on the couch in the lobby while you wait. Miss Verton, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you here. Do you mind going to your room alone?
Not at all.
The suitcase sways with her as with her steps as she heads to her room. Once again, the air pulses with the flow of arcane energy, compelling her to look back.
Ma'am, you can just leave the room as it is. If you clean it, it'll interfere with my work. You might want to check on that Kimberly lady. She looks starved. She wouldn't stop shaking.
Okay. A cluster of emerald light sparks in the mercenary's left eye, scattering like a bird unfurling its brilliant tail feathers.
Oh, Miss Kimberly, would you like something to eat?
I'm fine.
The guest's face visibly sours.
I agreed to change rooms, didn't I? Why are you two still mocking me?
She turns her attention to the mercenary.
You're not exactly a pleasant person to do business with. You know that, right?
Well, darn. What got you so riled up? It's too late now. A deal's a deal. You can backpedal if you like, but it ain't wise to mess with the girl packing heat down here in Texas. Later, Miss Kimberly.
The mercenary's eye gleams as she turns the lock and enters her hard-won room. Okay, so she's looking for something, or someone. I'm curious to see what the spooks are, because, like, the trailer for this just showed something happens, but it doesn't really explain what that something is. It just says something happens. Let's see, the door creaks as she opens it and her nostrils are hit with the distant scent of floor wax. She flips the switch and after a brief hum of electricity, the room lights up.
That man, Stefan, he clearly knows something. But he appears to be rather mentally unstable, and he's hostile towards me. Madam Z cautioned me on this. I must be extra careful when dealing with people like him. Should make sure I have a backup plan in place before proceeding. Still no sign of Lilia.
She tries contacting her on the communication device, but the line is busy. Okay. She tries again, but still no luck.
Did she get in trouble?
Suddenly the phone on the nightstand rings. It vibrates violently.
Hello? Hello?
A series of strange tapping sounds come from the other end of the line.
Is that Miss Tuesday?
I'm guessing it's Morse code, but I do not know Morse code. The short and long sounds are distinct. They form a certain rhythm.
Oh. I think I know what this is.
Yeah.
That's an R. E.
Is it really gonna be red rum?
S.
No?
P. O.
Respo? The phone is abruptly hung up, but it doesn't matter. The thoughts are complete.
Respond.
Okay. A message conveyed through Morse code. The means of communication that sacrifices efficiency for safety. It's commonly used in intelligence, but rarely for anything else. Why would there be such a message in a motel? The telephone rings again. She picks it up without hesitation.
Hello? Is this Miss Burton?
Miss Tuesday?
Yes. I have an announcement for you.
Okay.
There's a service outage going on in the area. Some critters nibbled through the cables of a nearby signal tower. But all our internal phone lines are still running well.
Okay.
I see.
It should be repaired soon since we share the signal tower with that armament factory. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause.
So, whoever gave us that message is in the hotel.
I'll bring you dinner up later. It's on the house.
Let's not mention the phone call.
May I ask what's on the menu?
We have one free meal a day, a ham sandwich, and a glass of milk. If you'd like to have something else, we've also got roast chicken and hummus and a few simple Mexican dishes.
Thank you. I'll ask my friend what she thinks when she comes back.
Oh, and the kitchen closes at 9. Please take note of that. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I'm good for now. Thank you.
As she hangs up, she feels a light touch on her neck, like a feather brushing against her skin. She reflexively touches her neck. It's a spider's web. She follows it up to the corner of the ceiling.
Spiders?
The spider falls onto the surface of the wooden cabinet. It moves its slender legs, crawling from one shadowy spot to another. As it moves, sparks ignite the air. Oh, great. It's a magic spider. Then the glow of an arcane skill. She can see everything clearly.
Is that an arcane array? The pattern's familiar. I've seen it somewhere before.
Okay. The surface of the bedside cabinet has a rough engraving on it. She traces the markings with her fingers, trying to discern their texture and direction. Oh no, you activated it. What have you done? The array burns her fingertips, and in the momentary pain, memories are awakened.
Yes, I've definitely seen this before. When I was in school.
Okay. Are we getting a flashback to Mini Verton again? We're getting Mini Verton again.
This is an extremely dangerous array. One that you are prohibited from using. It can go easily beyond the caster's control.
Okay.
We study Arcanum and tame it for our use. But once its power surpasses our limits, it is highly likely that it will lead to our own destruction. I need you all to remember that. It'll be in your next exam.
The students put their heads down and I can read. And the sound of scribbling fills the classroom.
Verton, are you listening? The instructor just said it'd be in the next exam. If you like, you can check my notes.
The top student nervously clutches her notebook in her hands.
Oh, thank you. My mind was somewhere else. Why have they made it a key point of the exam if we can't even use it? I see. They didn't teach us about arrays so that we could use them. They wanted us to be able to identify them so that we could avoid danger.
Okay. She looks out the window. It's getting dark.
It's highly likely to cause an explosion or other severe consequences if I act too hastily.
The ray glows faintly.
Lilia still hasn't come back. I must find someone else to help.
What qualities should an ally have? Decisiveness, efficiency, some means of offense, or self-defense? A sudden knock on the door interrupts her thoughts. She opens it to a familiar face. I'm guessing it's her.
Hey, we met back in the hallway, remember? Now it's your turn.
What exactly do you want from me, miss?
The mercenary raises an eyebrow.
Well, it's simple. The person I'm looking for is right here in this motel, and I'm scouring every corner of it to find her. Look, Missy, I don't want to make things hard for you. Name your price, and we can talk.
If this person's gone to such great lengths to avoid you, perhaps she doesn't want to see you at all.
Well, that ain't my concern, is it? A job's a job. Whether it's catching a cheating spouse, tracking someone down, or delivering a letter, it don't make no difference to me.
Very well. But you'll have to look elsewhere, I'm afraid. There's no one but me in this room.
Look, I know what I'm doing. How about you turn around and take a good look around the room?
So you can knock me out as soon as I turn my back to you.
I mean, wouldn't you? The mercenary gives a hearty laugh.
Missy, if that were my plan, I wouldn't have spent all this time talking to you. I much prefer to do my business pleasantly. I don't like to see things get too ugly.
I see.
Fine. If you don't want to turn around, I'll tell you what I see.
The mercenary squints, and the same emerald light shimmering in her eye.
You burned your finger there. You should be more careful.
This is...
Don't look like a fire burn to me. What was it? Some arcane energy? Looks like this room has a couple secrets, too.
The mercenary shifts her gaze to the room further away.
So you touched an arcane array, and its power burned you. How's that for a guess? Pretty close, huh?
Spot on. She examines the mercenary's burning emerald eye.
This is my arcane skill. It allows me to see the traces that people leave behind. That's how I get these jobs, you see. Ain't nothing happening that don't leave a trace. If there ain't no trace, then it never happened. I came to your room to look for evidence, not a person.
Checks out.
I see. You want to know whether the person you're tracking has been here, right?
Now we're talking.
Before I let you investigate the room, I have one more question. You take jobs from people nearby, don't you?
Of course. It's obvious, ain't it?
She doesn't get the response she wants. In this familiar silence, the experienced mercenary smells an immediate deal. It's a mixture of caution and trust, anticipation and doubt.
You seem more intrigued by my profession than my peculiar request. You're in trouble, ain't you? Then let me formally introduce myself. The name's Argus. I'm 26, and I have extensive experience as a mercenary.
Let's make a deal. You may search this room all you like, and I won't say a thing. But in return, I'd like your assistance in my own investigation.
How, exactly?
Can you tell when that array on the cupboard was drawn?
Argus slings her shotgun over her shoulder and crouches down beside the nightstand. After a brief examination, she gives her assessment.
Less than 24 hours ago.
In other words, this was left behind by the last guest who stayed in this room.
Okay. Argus shakes her head.
Can't say for certain.
Okay. Well, I mean, Tuesday might have done it. There is always the chance that it was her. I'm not sure I trust the maid. That, and we do have Kimberly to deal with too, so it could have been her. Let's see, the empty factory is cold and damp.
Let's see what you've got in there for me.
She wanders the factory, eventually spotting a large crate covered in postage stamps in the receiving room. The crate is nailed tightly shut. She squints, having only the moonlight help her read the words on the box. Red 38 Lilia.
Hey, buddy!
She squats down and inspects the crate. After tapping it a few times, she frowns.
They just left her in a wooden box. What kind of safekeeping is this? Anyway, I don't have much time. I'll settle that with them later.
She grabs the crate and tries to lift it. It doesn't budge. It's bound by arcanum.
Alright, at least they bothered to put a gravity ritual on it.
Light footsteps echo behind her.
Are you also preparing to evacuate?
Oh, she's here. Lilia turns around. A slender girl stands before her, a basket in her arm.
Ah, perfect timing. Are you in charge here?
The girl looks her up and down before giving a sweet smile.
No, I'm not in charge of anything, Lieutenant. I'm just passing through. I'm Kayla, by the way.
And why is the sheep herd, like sheep herder, shepherd, whatever you want to call her, why are you here?
I heard some rattling here and thought some of those kids might have come back to steal weapons again. These things aren't cheap, and the kids know it.
Kids stealing from the military? Huh, that's a new one. Where are the guards here?
Oh, didn't they tell you, Lieutenant?
The girl sounds surprised.
The army stationed here started evacuating a month ago. There aren't many of them around these days.
Evacuating?
The Foundation's report was correct. Lilia senses impending danger.
Then where can I find the soldiers that are still here?
You're new in town, right? Did you see a bar on your way here? That's where the Xeno soldiers spend their nights drinking. You might want to check there first.
Okay.
That's probably where you'll find him.
Him? What does he look like?
Like every other Xeno soldier. They all look the same to me. You'll know him when you see him.
Okay, she pauses, looking at the pilot up and down.
But I have to tell you, the bar doesn't like outsiders. Have you heard of the Order of Enlightenment? It's an occult society. Very active these days. They were preaching in this town just a few days ago. Today is their day of prayer.
Oh no.
And, what does that have to do with me?
The bar you're going to is where they gather to pray.
Oh.
That's all I know. If you're going up there, please, be careful.
I'm still confused why Kayla's here. It does not make sense. Lilia turns and leaves. The girl watches her as she goes.
May the sufferer watch over you.
Oh no. Well, yeah, we can't trust her. We can't trust her at all.
Sufferer, by your decree, the glory of former days shall grace our present path.
Oh no. She whispers a prayer as she clasps her hands together. The black facets of her rings shimmer. Oh no. And if that's who Argus is looking for...
Great sufferer, by your decree, the glory of former days shall grace our present path.
We dedicate our souls and minds to you. We seek the well-being of our people in your name.
The solemn atmosphere fills the bar. A small group has gathered under the dim lights, some in black robes, others in everyday clothes. They lean on each other like brothers and sisters. The man leading the prayer raises his glass and gives a toast.
May the sufferer watch over you. Under their grace, may our cups overflow. To the sufferer!
The bar door flings open. Lilia?
Huh?
Yep.
Odd time for a stranger to come.
The young pilot looks around.
No crashing the party, am I?
She heads straight to the bar, where the shelves glitter with various bottles.
Napa Valley, Californian Red, Kentucky whiskey. Ha! There's a lot of good stuff here. One vodka, straight. The best you got.
It ain't business hours, lady.
Oh no. She knows that sound. Someone's cocking a gun just inches away from her.
Hey, all I did was ask for a drink. Is this how you treat your customers?
As I said, we ain't serving you.
Why? Don't you have vodka? Fine, I can settle for whiskey. Have to learn to take what we can get, eh?
You ain't getting that either.
Seriously? You don't have any whiskey?
She glances at the whiskey bottles lining the shelves.
I'm starting to understand why Zeno evacuated. What's the point of living in a town where there's no real liquor? Especially for those drunkards.
What's a Xeno lieutenant doing here anyway? No alcohol fuel in that warehouse of yours?
And the patrons laugh.
Huh. You sure have some interesting drinking habits down here. But I'm curious, what did the sufferer promise you to make you all change your faith? I mean, that's quite an achievement, especially here in Texas.
She turns, narrowly avoiding a bullet that whizzes past her hair.
Oh, so we're doing this now? Are we?
Oh no. She's completely fine with this.
Let the helium fill your pulmonary lobe.
Okay.
It is here.
This, and this.
Eliminate target.
Okay.
Barrage.
I do like Lucy's skills. Yes, reinforce that one.
Loading.
I can hear it. It is here.
Faraday's miracle.
Yep.
And now to return.
She just
to my
destroys
long-term
everything
mission.
without me having to really do a thing. It's nice. Bottles crash to the floor, splashing alcohol all over the bar.
Look, I don't care what you're doing here. Just tell me where that Xena soldier went.
She looks down at the bar owner slumped over the counter.
What Xeno soldier?
The man strains to open his swollen eyes.
Don't play dumb with me.
That soldier. He's a complete idiot.
I'm guessing
that
it's
one.
Stefan.
It's obvious that Xeno has abandoned him. But he insists that they left him here. Because they believe that only he could keep the warehouse safe. Why are you looking for him now? If you decided to ditch him in the first place.
Listen, I can tell you guys aren't the biggest fans of Xena, but that has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to get my stuff back.
He takes a labored breath.
Fine. If you insist on finding him, try your luck on the outskirts of town. He might be drinking there.
I'm guessing this is all gonna loop back to the motel and it's actually gonna be Stefan. I could be wrong. She steps over the unconscious man beside her and leaves the bar. Okay. Every day, thousands of documents pass through the headquarters, and this is merely one of them. Water first. Let's see. Report number redacted from Field Investigation Team Leader Andreas Sylvester. To Office of the Vice President, St. Pavlov Foundation. Dear Madam Vice President, after much surveillance, my team has identified several Manus Vindictae agents operating in the southern United States. At least 3 have been traveling between Dallas, Austin, and Houston. They are likely establishing information and supply channels for the Order of Enlightenment. Several others are active along Route 77, frequently using aliases and disguise potions to keep their exact identities and numbers hidden. However, at least 5 false identities have been confirmed. Please find the detailed information on these agents attached in this report. I believe these findings further substantiate our hypothesis that the Order of Enlightenment is planning to carry out an unprecedented arcane ritual. Additionally, informant reports indicate that a spy known as Miss Grace is active in Texas. See attached document. We await your directive on whether to pursue further surveillance of this individual. May the peace be with us. Field Investigation Team Leader Andreas Sylvester. Reply to the Field Investigation Team. Thank you for your diligent efforts in the pursuit of peace. The aforementioned intelligence I can read has been documented. Regarding Miss Grace, I am fully aware of the situation. Given the unknown intentions of the spy, I recommend a strategy of non-interference. Allow her to proceed in her actions for further observation. May the peace be with us. Vice President Constantine of the St. Pavlov Foundation. Okay.
We can't say for sure if this ritual was created by the last guest. Fact is, you can find all kinds of unusual markings in this motel. Most of them less than a month old. Very recent indeed.
Then it probably was Kimberly, because she's been staying here for a month.
The maid said that there aren't many tourists these days, so my guess is that a group of skilled arcanists have left their work in every room. Based on the markings I've seen so far, there were about 3 to 5 people in this group.
Okay, so maybe it isn't Kimberly. I don't know.
And was there a sheep-headed arcanist among them?
Well, that, I don't know. What I can say, though, is that there was a sheep living in here. I saw some hoof prints on the hallway floor. It looked like someone had stayed in this motel with a sheep. Sounds pretty odd, but I suppose it ain't too strange given the local farmland. But I'm sure this will catch your attention.
What?
We all know that sheep walk on 4 hooves, but the hoof prints I saw were different. They were small and delicate, and most importantly, followed the movement pattern of a human, judging by the trail.
So she has a sheep head, sheep, like, legs, and then the rest of her is human?
The owner of the hoof prints was about the size of a slender kid, maybe 5 feet tall.
This description exactly matches the Foundation's report.
That's it. That's the one I'm looking for.
Don't I know it? They can question my morals, but nobody can question my competence. So, may I enter your room now, Miss Burden?
Please.
Now, let's start with this little thing. The carvings are new. No sign of woodworm damage or moisture absorption. These splinters along the edge are extremely sharp.
She dips her fingers into a dark red, crumbly residue.
Is this dried blood?
She rubs the granules between her fingers and thumb, reducing them to a fine powder.
Blood was used as the medium for this array. The circle isn't fully closed here, and the lines are a bit uneven. Whoever drew this doesn't seem to be an expert. You know how to deal with this, right?
All you have to do is ask, boss. You might be surprised.
We need to destroy it as quickly as possible. I think it's been left by a dangerous occult group.
Hold on.
She places a pillow over the wood and pulls the trigger. After a faint gunshot, the lingering light goes out. Why is it goopy? Fresh blood oozes from the array, settling in the faded carvings. I can read, I promise.
Is that blood?
The mercenary, unfazed, dips her finger into the red liquid and sniffs it.
Yep. The blood of an arcanist. So it can't be Kayla's.
Can you discern the owner's identity?
I ain't all-knowing. I can't identify people by their blood. No, I'll need more than just blood to find out who was here. Hmm?
She fishes out a dusty sheepskin journal from the gap between the cabinet and the wall. She flips through the pages.
We are the beginning and the original source of metals. Through us, the highest tincture of art is brewed. There is neither a spring nor water like mine. I heal and help both the rich and the poor. Yet I am full of hurtful poison. What the hell does that mean?
It's a quote from a text on alchemy.
Okay.
All challenges will be resolved with the provision of sufficient and high-quality materials and the precise execution of the array. But where do we find these materials?
She continues to flick through the journal, releasing the accumulated alchemical residue on its pages into the air. On the last page, tortured words are scrawled upon the paper. It looks like someone or something a criminal would write in their final moments before their death sentence.
What was once sundered shall reunite.
Her nose burns as barely visible sparks heat the air.
I've seen this handwriting before.
And here, my phone number.
So it was him. He hands over a dollar bill with a string of numbers scrawled along the blank space. The mercenary pulls out the crumbled bill from her pocket, comparing the handwriting with the one in the journal.
Yep, this is definitely the same.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Sound. It's a Flying Arrow M1903 pistol. Kimberly? What's wrong with her now? I better go check it out, boss. Something don't seem right. You coming? That Kimberly must have run into something.
So... murder? Murder in the creepy motel? Question mark? I think there's murder. One of the little pieces was over. Was knocked over. The red rum has happened. Well, we aren't getting any answers out of him. The thick carpet in the hallway is usually enough to dampen any sounds. But no amount of soundproofing could stop the sound of a gunshot from echoing through the place. At its source, Stefan's limp, twitching body lies on the floor. There's a gaping hole in his head. She's trembling in fear.
Is he still alive?
Well, considering he turned his head into a donut, I think no.
Just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber.
Is this a suicide?
He pulled out the gun and shot himself in the head. His brain splattered on the walls and flowed onto the floor.
Her muttering is almost a confession. Argus kneels down to examine the body.
There's gunshot residue and powder burns near the wound. Gunpowder particles on his fingers. There's no doubt. He died from a gunshot wound. The bullet was fired from the pistol in his hand and went straight through his skull.
But was it staged? I assume that's what this is leading to.
But this ain't just any pistol. It's a Xeno pistol. You've got yourself in some serious trouble, Missy.
It wasn't me!
Her face is still pale, but she manages to stop her shaking.
I'm just an innocent, sad, terrified girl who just happened to pass by.
Well, Miss Innocent, Sad, and Terrified. If you want to prove your innocence, start by telling us what happened here. And mind you, I will call you out if you lie. The evidence here will tell me what's true and what ain't.
She points to her eye.
If you're so clever, then why are you asking me? Just figure it out yourself.
Her protestation is weak. She quickly gives in.
All right, I'll tell you. This madman has been harassing me. Ever since I moved into this place, I'd often seen him pacing around in the hallway. Day and night, he'd stomp around out here. He didn't care if anyone else was trying to sleep. I thought he must have had a lot on his mind, like he was troubled or something. So I asked him what happened.
First mistake, you interacted with a crazy person.
His deep, sunken eyes were bloodshot. Every fiber of his being screamed that something was wrong with him. Sir, if you have any problems, there are many ways to solve them. But pacing in the hallway isn't one of them. Plus, it disrupts everyone's sleep. I swear I didn't say anything too harsh, but he was just downright rude.
Get the hell away! Get out of my face!
Excuse me! That's pretty rude, you know. I had no desire to argue with the madman. Thankfully, the maid intervened when she heard what was going on. I have no idea what she said to him, but eventually they came to terms. He stopped pacing the hallway from then on. That was a relief. I'm sure the other guests would agree. That maid can vouch for what I've said. Ask her yourselves.
Where is the maid? Shouldn't she be showing up too?
I found a letter from Stefan on the floor of my room. It'd been slid under my door. In the letter, he apologized for his behavior. Should I make peace with him? I thought. As I wondered, I took a look through the peephole. It was strange. I couldn't see a thing. It was pitch black out there. Is it broken? I wondered. Before I could dwell on it too much, the phone rang. I was startled, but it was just the front desk calling.
Hello, Miss Kimberly.
Is it dinner time already?
No. Is there an issue between Mr. Stefan and yourself?
She seemed hesitant to speak.
Okay.
I know it's not my place to ask, but the situation is a little concerning. Mr. Stefan is standing at your door, his face pressed up against it, so I just want to confirm that everything's all right between you two.
Oh no! Like, creepy murder doll is being creeped upon. I'm not sure if I should feel bad for her or not, considering what she is, but...
Calm down, miss. It's all over now. Do you still have that letter with you?
A look of disgust comes across Miss Kimberly's face as she gestures to the trash can nearby.
Who'd hold on to that? I threw it out right away. It's somewhere in that bin.
Argus quickly retrieves the crumpled piece of paper from the trash can. She smooths it out on the palm of her hand and reads its contents.
Dear Ms. Kimberly, I've got a question already. How did he know your name? You didn't know each other well enough to have exchanged them, did you?
I'm the victim here, damn it! You can't interrogate me like this. But if you must know, maybe he heard it when my friend called me.
Your friend?
Why? What's so odd about that? A young girl like myself should never travel alone to places like this.
She continues, in her indignation.
I need someone to make my bed and prepare my clothes and, most importantly, I need to eat. I wouldn't even be here if I weren't looking for...
What are you looking for? She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. But Argus isn't listening. She continues to read the letter aloud.
I want to apologize for my behavior earlier in the hallway.
Looks like a perfectly normal letter to me. No hints that this is from a man on the verge of a mental breakdown.
Doesn't even sound like him from what we've seen of him talking. Someone might have written it for him? Like, maybe the maid wrote it, but at the same time... I don't know.
If you won't take my word for it, go ahead and ask the maid. She was there. She can vouch for me.
Please. We weren't accusing you of anything.
Argus lets out a laugh. Speak for yourself.
The graphology has been criticized a lot these days. I gotta say, this looks more like a woman's handwriting to me.
So you mean Stefan was a woman?
Her aggression seems to dissipate as her eyes widen and her mouth drops.
You still with us, Missy? What I'm suggesting is that Mr. Stefan didn't write this letter, but a woman did. But that's just speculation. Chances are Mr. Stefan's handwriting was just a little feminine. I'll keep this letter for now. Back to my questions. If the story you told is true, then why are you at the scene of his death? Did you go looking for him, even after all the weird things he'd done?
I was hungry, okay? That's a good enough answer for you?
I have no idea. Like, I think if someone saw my handwriting, they would say, oh, like a 5-year-old just learning how to write wrote this letter. I don't think they would be able to tell that was a girl that wrote it. They would just think it's a small child, because my handwriting looks like Comic Sans. Anyway, how you doing, Lobster?
Hungry. If I remember correctly, the motel offers room service.
Granted, this is back in the 90s when, like, handwriting was a lot more important and prevalent, so... I assume maybe girls get all fancy with the cursive back then? Who knows?
And you get 1 free meal a day, so even if you ain't got no money, you have enough food to get by.
That's good.
What do you know?
She looks flustered.
I'm not eating one of those ham sandwiches.
Alright, so you've got some standards when it comes to food. Let's drop that. You were there when he fired the shot, right? What happened then? Take your time and think it through. There's no rush.
To be continued? Nope. We're back to the keyhole.
About 15 minutes ago, he rang my doorbell. I thought my friend had returned from town. She always brings something amazing with her, so I opened the door. The last thing I expected was to see Stefan standing there. Who'd have thought that he could get back on his feet so quickly after the beating he took? I was terrified when I saw him there. He towered over me, one hand on the doorframe and the other pushing against the door. I slammed the door shut. I thought he'd let go. But he didn't. The door closed on his fingers.
I understand now. I understand it all. You're with Zeno, aren't you?
His fingers were bent at a peculiar angle. It must have been painful, but he didn't seem to feel the pain at all. The fracturing of his fingers was no more painful than a mosquito bite to him.
You came to me and made me drop my guard so that one day you could turn me in for a bounty. But why me? Why are you doing this to me? It wasn't me who made the plan. It wasn't me who executed it. It wasn't me who pressed that damn button. All I did was expose their crime to the rest of the world. Tell me, why else would they want my head so desperately if they didn't believe they were guilty? In the meantime, the actual killers are treated as heroes. But I'm the hero. Me. But all my sorry ass gets is a lifetime of hiding out in some random motel in the middle of nowhere. This world is sick.
What the hell are you talking about?
Come on, drop the act. Right after you spoke to me, Vertin showed up at my door. Are you trying to tell me that that was just by chance?
Vertin? He totally ignored my question.
The world has fallen ill. I can see that now. The realm above truly does exist. How else would we have gotten the idea of a perfect heavenly realm? Obviously, it doesn't exist in this world.
I don't care. Even if that place does exist, it has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way! I'm closing the door.
But at least I get to decide when I step through that door, right?
I had no idea what he was talking about. And he didn't give me much chance to figure it out either.
I'm afraid your mission is doomed to fail, young lady.
In that moment, a smile of relief came over his face. And without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the pistol against his temple and pulled the trigger.
Well, one thing, that's the wrong hand. Because he's holding it in his left hand here.
You know the rest.
The approaching footsteps stop abruptly. They turn to the source. The maid stands before the group, showing just the right amount of surprise as her eyes fall upon the body.
What's going on in here?
She's so calm.
This man killed himself.
Oh, dear. There's blood everywhere.
I don't trust you.
It'll be a lot of work to clean it all up, and with the weather being so hot, the room will soon start to smell.
That's all she cares about.
All the carpets have to go.
The maid lets out a long sigh, her tone tinged with annoyance.
Miss Tuesday, can I ask you a question?
Yes?
Have you ever had any guests who looked like or claimed themselves to be Manus Vindictae?
Manus Vindictae?
Her face flushes as she smiles faintly.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Could you explain in more detail?
I don't trust her.
Most of them dress in blue and black. Some drool a fair bit, and most of them can't speak in full sentences. The most notable feature is that they all wear masks shaped like hands. Have you seen any before?
Masks shaped like hands?
She taps her fingers on her chin.
No, I've never had a guest who wore a hand-shaped mask. Never seen anyone in blue and black either. But if an organization was going to do something in secret, I don't think they'd be too public about it.
You would be surprised.
Hey, lady.
Marcus doesn't hesitate to interrupt their conversation.
Take me to his room.
She points the barrel of her gun at Stefan's corpse.
Oh, it shouldn't be too hard for you to find the room yourself, right, Miss Argus? After all, that's how you make a living. But I can just tell it to you. It's 214. You must be curious about that room. I'm surprised. You've been in almost every room in the motel, and you've been here for 2 days. You're like a child in your curiosity. This place would be much safer if you were the sheriff here. Anyway, I hope you can find that girl soon.
Standing before the bloody corpse, she looks down and gently adjusts the baby in her arms. Now the question is it actually a baby? Because it's just covered up. We just know she's carrying something wrapped up in a blanket. It might not actually be a baby.
Why do you want to go to Stefan's room exactly? Is it related to our investigation?
Well, of course, boss. I'm here looking for Kayla, just as you're looking for that sheep-headed...
She falls into an unusual silence.
What is it?
That arcanist you're looking for. Is her name Barbara?
You know her?
Yep. We met. On Route 77.
And then she went poof.
I just got done asking 2 men about Kayla's whereabouts, and saw that it was getting dark. My sight ain't so good at night, and the nights are long these days. So I was in a bit of a hurry, hoping to get somewhere with proper lights as fast as I could. That's when I saw her, Barbara, all alone by the road. Some jerk of a driver dumped her there, and she asked me for a ride. I turned her down. Heck, I could hardly see. She'd have been better off waiting for the next driver than riding with a blind bat like me, you know? But as I drove away, I changed my mind. She was too young to be left out there all by herself. So I turned back to get her. But when I arrived, she was already gone. There was nothing but a trail of hoof prints in the dirt.
Dun dun dun.
When I got to the motel, I saw those hoof prints again. I gotta say, I was kinda relieved to see them. At least she made it here safely.
And is she still here?
Well, I've never seen any hoof prints leaving the motel, but that don't mean she's still here. You gotta be mindful of what your mind picks up and what might slip you by. It's easy to ignore other evidence when what you've seen already fits your hypothesis. That being said, it's still likely that she's somewhere in the motel.
All right. Then let's look for her.
Tuesday denied that she was here. I do not trust Tuesday.
It seems we're in agreement. To room 214.
202. 203.
She counts the doors as they walk down the hallway. The corner of the eye, out of the corner of her eye, a flash of red catches her attention.
I've checked those too. Ain't much in them.
Argus, did you see a red door just now?
A red door?
Nothing. Must have been my imagination.
As they approach the end of the hallway, they spot room 214. The door is slightly ajar. Clearly, Stefan left in a hurry. They enter. The thick curtains are pulled shut, blocking out almost all the light from outside. They're hit with a stale, sour smell of old alcohol. The glow in Argus's eye flickers like a light with a faulty circuit.
Are you alright? Can you still see?
Don't worry about it. Ain't the first time this has happened. This eye issue runs in the family. It's the price we pay for having our arcane power.
The mercenary glances around the room, a slight frown on her face.
Now, what are we looking for, boss?
Anything.
People leave all kinds of evidence behind all the time. It'll be like wandering around in the woods without a compass if we don't know what we're looking for. So if you don't want to be inundated with meaningless clues, you need to give me some directions.
Alright. First, I'd like to know what happened to Barbara. Second,
fleeting images surface in her mind.
whether Manus Vindictae has been here, or anyone from that Order of Enlightenment. And last, about Mr. Stefan. The pistol he used was a xeno-military weapon, and he seemed to know about my relation to the vacuum bomb operation. It's likely that he once held a high rank within the xeno-military. I want to know why he came to this motel, and what happened to make him lose his mind here.
Lose his mind here? What makes you think he wasn't crazy already?
You never know.
Xeno pays much more attention to its soldiers' mental well-being than any conventional military organization. It's because quite a few of them are arcanists. They're both Xeno's strength and weakness. So I'm inclined to think Mr. Stefan developed these mental health issues after entering the motel.
Okay. He did mention something about someone in the mirror.
Huh. Is that so? I gotta say, I don't know much about all this military institution stuff. Right, so here's the plan. First, locate Barbara. Second, look for any signs of Manus Vindictae or the Order of Enlightenment. And third, find out how poor old Stefan lost his marbles.
Yep.
And of course, I've got my own business to deal with. Tracking down Kayla.
Well, Lily has already seen her. She starts to meticulously search the room.
Hey boss, I've got something.
There's a series of small but clear traces imprinted in the dust.
These footprints are from a spider. Looks like the little guy went back and forth along here quite a few times. I know this might not seem pertinent to our investigation, but it is worth noting. You ever seen a spider make a phone call?
I'm afraid I'm not interested in the movements of spiders right now.
But the spider was the one that activated the array in Burton's room. Argus shrugs.
Come on, boss. Loosen up a little.
The sound of dripping water echoes nearby.
Do you hear that? Sounds like dripping water.
He mentioned that there was someone rotting in the bathtub. With every drip, a water stain grows larger and larger on the wallpaper.
I'm sure it's just the motel plumbing.
But
the stain gradually takes the form of a hand, its 5 fingers all clearly defined.
Watch out!
Suddenly, the hand pulls itself from the wall and slams down. Hand fight? Hand fight.
Program activated.
You are not a hand. They're weird dog things.
It is here.
Charging. Loading. The light that illuminates all. Aim and shoot.
It's time to say goodbye.
Lucy makes the rounds go so quickly.
This place is definitely more than meets the eye.
I'm with you on that. There's just too much Arcanum-related weirdness going on here. Never seen so many arrays in a motel before.
But we've only found one.
In your room, yeah. But there are a load more. One room has them drawn from floor to ceiling.
Oh.
Looked like some kind of transformation array to me. I ain't no expert, so I can't say for sure.
What are they trying to do, I wonder?
Who knows?
Spooky Hotel is spooky. They just want to add to the spookiness. Let's see. She brings the conversation to an abrupt end and continues searching the room.
Oh, boss. You might be interested in this.
She peers under the bed.
It's another one. Just like the others.
A huge array lies beneath the bed, its scattered with dark crystals. The design is familiar.
I've seen this before. It was also drawn in that parchment notebook. This is indeed a transformation array. But it's not in its full form.
Okay.
They were trying something. Check it out.
She plucks a hair from the carpet.
This is hair from the mane of a howler lion. And there are some other materials around it, too. Not exactly sure what they are, though. They're too finely ground. But one thing's for sure. Someone held a ceremony here, and for some reason, it didn't work out for them.
Okay.
This is important. The Foundation needs to know about this.
The air is silent.
Argus?
The mercenary doesn't respond. She's still staring at the strands of hair between her fingers. It's chestnut-colored.
This is Kayla's hair. She was here, in this room. Or at least someone who came into contact with her.
The phone rings, cutting her off. Is it going to be more Morse code, or is it going to be Tuesday? It's going to be continued. That's what it's going to be. Hey guys, it's spooky time! A man lies in the grass just outside of town. He's strumming a guitar. No, he's strumming a guitar and humming to himself.
This is the life. A warm, beautiful night, a cold drink, and no one but me and the stars in the sky. Maybe I'll just lay here till morning.
Well, I guess my theory about it being Stefan is wrong. He seems relatively sane. Hopefully. It's a young Xeno soldier. His eyes are hazy from intoxication. He raises his flask to the twinkling stars above.
A good night with good drinks! I wish every day could be like this.
A dark figure looms over him, but in his blurred vision, he can't make out who it is. I can read.
Hey, buddy, you're blocking my view.
Huh? Are you stargazing?
She's gonna bop him. The soldier blinks. He knows that voice.
Has anyone ever told you that you sound awfully like Lieutenant Lilia? The rider of Red 38? Heard of her? No one can fly like her.
Of course.
The soldier concentrates, getting the figure's face a little more into focus.
Oh my... You even look like her!
Keep playing dumb, and I'll show you what it's like to have her kick your ass.
The soldier's drunken eyes finally focus to see Lilia herself, a look of displeasure on her face. You awake now? He stumbles to his feet, dropping the flask in his hand on the way up. He tries to salute, but almost falls flat on his face in the attempt.
Lieutenant Lilia! Airman First Class Andreas, at your service.
Luckily, he manages to complete a wobbly salute.
Are you the warehouse guard?
She looks at the soldier doubtfully.
Yes, ma'am.
Few would so eagerly admit to the dereliction of their duties in the way. He possesses exceptional courage.
On your feet, soldier. My Red 38 is in your warehouse for maintenance, and I need you to remove the gravity ritual from it.
Gravity ritual?
If you don't understand what I'm saying, go get someone who does. I need it today.
The soldier ponders, slowed by his inebriation. I can read. Just as Lilia is about to lose her patience, the soldier's eyes light up.
Oh, right. The gravity ritual. Yes, I know. Please, come with me. I'll take you to the warehouse.
Are you certain you can undo the ritual?
Yes, ma'am. They made sure I got the hang of it before they took off. Leave it to me.
Lead the way, soldier.
Watch him, like, strengthen the gravity ritual and just crush it. They stand side by side in the factory, the wooden crate before them.
Open it.
Oh, I remember this package. I thought it was some kind of joke or someone with the same name as you sent the package. Who would have thought that you'd come to Texas yourself?
He rambles on. Lilia's patience is coming to an end.
Hurry up, soldier. Open the crate. Now.
Ma'am, I know you want to do this quick, but...
Oh no.
I haven't been authorized to undo this incantation.
Oh no.
If you can't do it, find me someone who can. I won't say it a third time.
Truth be told, there's no one else to turn to. I'm the only one left. I was made an airman first class to do this job. I was still in training before this, you see.
Sorry, there's like something in my throat. Okay. He proudly pats his chest.
The others were either transferred back to headquarters or just left. I don't know where they are now. But since they entrusted me with such an important task, I'm sure I have a bright future ahead of me.
No! I think your future involves Lilia, like, punching your face in. Lilia's patience has officially run out.
You just said you aren't authorized, not that you don't have the ability, right? I have two options for you. 1, remove the ritual now. Or 2, I beat your ass and then you remove the ritual.
Well...
Choose! No more gibbering.
She readies her fist.
I picked the second one.
Huh?
Excuse me? She is genuinely confused. I am too.
You see, I'm happy to get rid of the ritual for you, but I can't do it on my own initiative. I'm only an airman first class. I can't make decisions about this stuff. So, you have to beat me up to avoid future inquiries. One day, after I'm promoted, I'll be able to better assist you, ma'am. I mean, you're the best pilot I've ever seen. I even made a scrapbook of the reports on your flights.
Before he can finish what he's saying, Lilia has already clocked him. I was about to say choke. So he's a Lilia fanboy, and he just wants to brag that he's been beaten up by her.
All right, no screaming, soldier. Let's do this.
Each hit seems to clear his head a little more. By the time his face is completely swollen, he has snapped back to reality.
Stop! This is plenty to prove my innocence. I'll undo the ritual now.
He squats down and performs the necessary movements around the crate. There's a flash of light and the crate opens.
Oof. You almost blinded me there.
She eagerly grabs Red 38 and feels the familiar touch of the cold metal in her palm.
Thanks, soldier. There's one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why Zeno pulled out of here so suddenly?
He squints, trying to remember.
They said it was an order from the top.
Okay.
The top?
And that's all I was told. But word is, it was because Admiral Igor got real mad about the video leak of the vacuum bomb.
Okay.
But that's just a rumor. Ever since the evacuation, strange things have started to happen.
Such as?
We started getting visitors from this group called the Order of Enlightenment.
Not good.
And now the farmers have stopped tending their fields. The cattle and sheep have been abandoned in the wilderness. All the townsfolk do now is go to these gatherings, hoping that the sufferer will bring them eternal joy. I don't know who this sufferer is, but he ain't doing any good here.
It's Arcana.
Where do those people stay? In the town?
It's a ways away, I think.
The soldier struggles to recall.
A place called Tuesday's Motel.
Okay, my audio's breaking, apparently.
Berlin, Werten! I have to go back.
She clasped the red 38 with both hands, the cool grooves of the metal settling into her grasp.
Let's get out of here, girl.
With a victorious stance, she mounts the red 38. Let's see, a silver light traces an arc in the sky at the as the pilot leaves the factory and disappears into the night.
Safe travels, ma'am.
The young soldier calls out after her, his voice soon swallowed by the night. Short-distance flights are no challenge for Lilia. She lands near the motel, guided by its glowing sign. The shadows of the trees around it look like hunched human figures.
Choose this motel.
She locks onto her destination and is about to proceed when she feels something tap her on the shoulder from behind.
Hello. Can you give me a ride?
I can't help you. Ask someone else.
Can you give me a ride?
I said I can't help you.
The repeated questions are getting on her nerves. She swivels around, ready to give the questioner a piece of her mind, but freezes on the spot. There's a girl wearing an outdated outfit. Her face has no discernible features, like it's been smoothed over with cement.
Oh. Can I have some chocolate?
The faceless girl holds out a candy wrapper.
I met a kind man who gave me some chocolate. I've never tasted anything so sweet.
So this is the spook from the story we heard at the beginning of the event.
Stay away from me.
Can I have that candy? More. I want more.
She opens her mouth wide, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth.
Stop asking me for candy. This isn't Halloween, idiot.
It's close enough. Spooky time ends when I say it ends. It can be Halloween now. Oh, there's the bathtub lady that we were told about. I feel like the bathtub lady is probably more of a threat, so let's poke her first.
Target confirmed. The light that illuminates all.
Why? These things have counters. I don't think the counters are good. Be poked.
I can hear it, just here.
Barrage.
It's time to say goodbye.
Okay.
Hey.
Hi. The pilot relaxes her I was about to say pistol. Poised fists when she recognizes the person in front of her. I can read. I promise I can read.
Are you alright?
See, I'm gonna struggle tomorrow because we might be doing Little Goody Two Shoes tomorrow after we finish off the vent in reverse. All the reading. Granted, this is just to finish the loop for our second run, so there won't be that much reading, but I'm still probably gonna struggle.
You shouldn't sneak up on people like that. I could have hurt you.
My apologies. But you're safe now that you're at the motel. No need to be frightened.
I do not trust you. I wonder if the joke for her, because like every character in this game is like based on something, is like some sort of reference. Is Tuesday supposed to be Wednesday? Let's see, every town has its own story. Some fit for prime time, others for filling slots. February 5th, well, ain't that odd. Pierce came back early this morning, scared out of his mind. I had never seen the kid so freaked out. He sped through town and only slammed on the brakes when he got to the front door, as if something was chasing him. That nut almost ran over Merita's little bulldog. Who knows what he ran into? February 15th, the birds were chirping the whole night long. I had never seen so many of them gathered together. Oh boy, they were so noisy, I barely slept a wink. Ruth was scared. She thought it was some kind of omen. What a joke. Those long-beaked birdies weren't afraid of shotguns, that's for sure. I fired a shot at them, but only a few got spooked enough to fly away. Father Morgan suggested hiring a bird control team, if such a thing exists in a big city, that is. But I still think we should assemble all the gun users in town and kill all the birds once and for all, rather than scare them off. March 27th. Had a nightmare, a very vivid one. Though I can't for the life of me remember what it was all about now. Ruth woke up scared too. I comforted her. It was just a nightmare, nothing more. March 30th, Pierce didn't come back from Houston, but the police sure did. They said Pierce's employer in Houston reported him missing, thinking he ran off with their money. I wouldn't put it past that sly fox. April 10th, all night long, the birds were making that racket again. When I pulled back the curtains this morning, I thought I was still dreaming, but it was all real. There were so many birds, they were blocking out the sun. It was like a walking nightmare. April 12th. Don't mind me as I stumble over every other word, it is fine. The birds scattered. Everyone looked kind of strange. It had been ages since I saw Merita walking her dog, and Ruth started bawling over the most trivial things. It's unnerving. April 17th, Johnny's back in town, looking like his soul got swallowed up by the devil. I saw him running, screaming like a madman. Then he just collapsed on the lawn all of a sudden, crying and begging for someone to spare him. Father Morgan came, but he had this strange look about him. I heard what Johnny was saying. He was mumbling on and on about a motel. May 13th, I talked to a realtor. Yeah, it's come to that. I'm finally thinking about moving. Why? I don't know. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. Maybe my mind can be eased a bit somewhere new. Okay. Hastily written lines in the standard issue notebook, as clear and powerful as the lieutenant who wrote them. Okay, date of record September 20th, 1990, recorded by Lieutenant Mulder. Subject Admiral Igor's, or did they say Igor or Igor? Because there's like multiple ways to pronounce this. I think it was Igor. Recent actions. This week, Admiral Igor addressed the conduct of 3 subordinates and implemented the following measures. Captain L. Harris, transgression, ineffective leadership during training, resulting in subpar exercise performance. Admiral Igor's action issued a severe warning and reassigned from current position. Sergeant Cade of Rodriguez, transgression, breach of military discipline, unauthorized absence from duty. Admiral Igor's action gave a severe reprimand and imposed 3 days of confinement. Lieutenant J. Davis, transgression, failure to complete assigned task within the designated time frame. Admiral Igor's action issued a severe warning and assigned additional personnel to assist with the investigation. The source of the leak has been identified to Stefan Garcia, leaked content, vacuum bomb explosion footage, end of record. Notes itself, it is evident that the Admiral's Stringent measures are aimed at reinforcing military discipline. We must ensure that every officer and soldier adheres strictly to the duties and maintains a high level of readiness. Some officers believe he has been excessively harsh recently. Discuss this with them. High Command's perspective, arrange a meeting for the Admiral, tracking target K. Texas awaiting scout report. K is Kimberly. Okay. Back to the motel. At least Lily is here now. Hopefully. I mean, she was stopped by Tuesday. There's a chance she might not make it inside. Let's see. Argus presses the speaker button on the telephone. A familiar tapping sound comes from the other end of the line. Help?
Help.
Help, Ba? Okay.
A. Is that the sound of a sheep?
So, Barbara.
You noticed it too, huh? Ain't no way that's a human on the other end. It's gotta be some kind of animal.
Animal?
Based on those sounds and the tracks and the dust, I figure it's something small, like a...
She stops.
One sec, boss.
She fishes something out of her pocket and pops it into her mouth.
Krasma candy? Using your arcane skills so frequently must be tiring. You should take a break.
The job ain't done yet. Far too early to rest. Don't worry, boss. It's just a condition that runs in my family. No biggie.
What are its side effects?
Boss, you expect a merc to reveal her weakness? We ain't that close yet. One thing I can tell you, though, is that I suffer the side effects as long as my eyes are open. Luckily, I've got cutting-edge technology at my disposal.
She whips out a pair of glasses. No. She holds up the candy between her fingers.
They're safe, efficient, and most importantly, satisfy my sweet tooth.
They may be called candy, but they're actually medicine and ought to be used following medical instructions. You should know that.
Give me a break, boss. What do doctors know about my life? I use these candies whenever I need them. Ain't that the whole point?
But...
Argus motions for her to be quiet.
Shh. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Argus lowers her voice.
A heartbeat. Right outside the door. Someone's eavesdropping on us.
Okay. She crouches down. With a faint clink, she loads her shotgun. Then she swiftly turns the door handle. The eavesdropping girl nearly falls forward into the room as the door swings open.
Care to explain why you're here, Ms. Kimberly? Just how obsessed are you with Mr. Stefan, huh? Even now, after his death?
Oh, no, it's not what you think. I was just looking for my toy and it just so happens.
Toy? You know, it ain't my style to point a gun at an unarmed person, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Especially when they're speaking with a forked tongue. 5.
I told you, I was just looking for something.
4.
Are you joking? Why would you believe
I mean, if Argus does this, she would probably be saving us a lot of trouble later on. She stomps her feet anxiously, making the floor tremble a little.
3.
I didn't.
She closes her eyes as if she has made a decision.
2. 1.
She pulls the trigger. The bullet flies past Miss Kimberly's ear. Her face turns pale. She curls up, desperately trying to make herself smaller.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me, please! Oh. I didn't do anything!
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Sleepwalkers. How you doing? Her fingers tremble uncontrollably as black claws extend from her fingertips. She looks at the claws in shock, quickly tucking them into her chest. They look nervously at the... Then looks nervously at the two of them. I'm gonna trip over all the words. It's fine.
Matilda's report. I thought it was just a coincidence, but now I realize it wasn't.
Yes, thank you for realizing.
Miss Kimberly, you're a member of Manus Vindictae, aren't you?
I swear, I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was follow my partner like the people in black told me to.
Who's your partner?
I'm hungry all the time. So hungry. Oh, how I envy the likes of you. You can store your food in so many ways. You have enough bread and water in your barns to last an entire winter. Your pastures are full of meat and dairy products. But my food? I promise, all I'm trying to do is get back what I lost.
There's no need to be afraid. We won't hurt you, as long as you tell me the name of your partner.
Miss Kimberly's eyes dart around.
If I tell you her name, will you let me go?
That depends on your sincerity.
She's called Miss Grace.
Okay.
What's your purpose here?
I don't know. Those people in black told me to follow Miss Grace's orders, but she hasn't asked me to do anything since we got here. She must be hiding something from me, but I couldn't care less. I just want to eat.
She speaks earnestly, but her other hand pulls something out of her pocket. Oh no. She gives a sly smile and crushes the item in her hand, releasing a veil of thick black smoke.
You annoying little brats can catch me in your dreams.
She's casting a teleport ritual. Argus, your assistant. We can't let her get away.
Okay. We poke.
Program activated.
See, if Argus had just aimed the gun a little more to the side, but it's fine, we'll poke her now.
Loading. Charging.
Because I assume she's still gonna get away after this. They only just introduced her at the end of the last chapter. She's still gonna be a...
Target confirmed.
A thing.
Loading.
Come on,
Charging.
poke.
I said hello.
Eliminate target.
The curtain has...
Okay. In the final burst of smoke, Miss Kimberly vanishes. I knew it.
She disappeared fast.
At least now we can draw some conclusions. Manus Vindictae has set their eyes on this motel. Under the name of the Order of Enlightenment, they used this place as a base and conducted some failed ritual experiments before they left.
Manus Vindictae. I've heard of them. That infamous group of arcanists.
She looks worried.
If Kayla falls into their hands...
I think she already has.
Things won't turn out well, will they?
I wouldn't worry too much. They usually only target pure-blooded arcanists.
Alright, that's a relief. Kayla's bloodline is 100% human.
And yet she's still part of them.
But why would Manus Vindictae choose to come here specifically? What are they trying to do?
The conversation continues under the neon lights of the motel.
I was worried you wouldn't be able to make your way back, so I lit the porch light for you. Oh, but how annoying that these moths keep fluttering around.
Cut the crap, lady. Where's Vertin? Take me to her.
I rarely turn on this light. My baby never gets lost, you see.
Are you gonna show us what the baby is? Because I don't think it's a baby. She gives a faint smile.
What a young, spirited child such as yourself always needs a light to lead the way. Am I right? To the weary traveler, this light is a shelter. To a child, it's a mother. And to you, what does this light mean to you?
The maid's face flushes red.
No matter who they are, people need a light to shine through the darkness, to chase away their fears. Don't you agree?
Are you a member of the Order of Enlightenment?
Order of Enlightenment? Oh, you mean those troublesome guests?
Guests?
The maid ignores her question and continues talking to herself.
I don't like them one bit. They've scribbled all over the place and made a mess of the rooms. They hurt my baby. Oh, my poor baby. Shh, don't be scared. Everything's all right now.
Is it though? She gently comforts the child in her arms, patting the swaddling cloth softly.
Are they still here?
Oh, of course. They made an offer that I couldn't refuse. After all.
Oh no.
How much did they pay you?
Oh, you are naive, my sweet child.
Yeah, I sort of figured it wasn't money.
In this world that money can't buy. A traveler can't buy the sudden appearance of a hotel at just the right time. A crying child can't buy the comforting embrace of their mother. And I can't buy that thrilling satisfaction brought by sweet darkness.
The maid's near neurotic muttering is getting on Lilia's nerves.
Enough of your endless rambling. I can't waste any more time talking to you. I can't.
With every blink, Lilia's sight becomes increasingly blurred. She can just about make out the maid's smile. Oh no. She gently soothes the dazed pilot.
Sleep tight. Just leave everything to the adults. Yes. What a good child you are.
Well, I called it. Tuesday's the bad guy. Let's see, she flips the sign on the door to do not disturb. Okay, but what happens next? She's a reliable and attentive owner of the motel, always making sure her supplies are well stocked, even those that her guests may not need. August 1989, bought Blue Jay coffee beans 5 pounds with filters, River Valley bed sheets 15 sets. Going through these too fast, need countermeasure. Secondhand TV 1 set, a good deal. Haunted spooky shadows within, the seller said. Ha! Well, that would explain the intro animation when you go on to the quest or whatever. You get like static into the hand. Let's see. Sold. Cowboy brand toolkit 1 set. October 1989. Bought Thanksgiving decorations 1 set. Pecan Grove air fresheners 1 dozen. Bloodstain trick is too simple. Need to have a word with it. Light of the South bulbs, 1 dozen, pretty crummy, but affordable and useful. Fresh cream, 3 pints from Old Stewart's Ranch, yum. Maybe get some candy next time. November 1989, bought Texas Trail candy, 5 boxes, yum. Marigold body wash, 1 dozen, smells too strong. January 1990, bought 7-star tea bags, 3 boxes. Fresh ranch butter, 15 pounds. River Valley bed sheets, 12 sets. Hope this batch lasts longer. Sold. Secondhand TV once said, sorry darling, but it's time to say goodbye. Okay. What happens next?
Found his medication prescription. And, oh. Is this his notebook?
That could be useful. She pulls a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket.
Huh. Just as expected, boss. This motel ain't what it seems to be. Ain't no way that letter was written by Stefan. Take a look. The writing in this letter is delicate and slender, while the writing in this notebook is total chicken scratch. Even a blind person could tell they're written by 2 different people.
Yeah.
Stefan didn't write the letter, so it's very likely that the person who sent it wasn't Stefan either.
So either it was Kimberly faking it, it was whoever Kimberly's partner is, whoever Grace is, or it was Tuesday. I'm guessing it was Tuesday. Let's see, the maid suddenly comes to mind.
And this?
She picks up a stack of bound papers from the table.
Ugh, I hate numbers. I'll leave this one to you, boss.
It appears to be Mr. Stefan's records of his daily expenses, along with some notes. Cigarettes, alcohol, and a significant amount of psychiatric medication.
All of which were doing nothing to help him.
It says, he was tormented by his hallucinations day after day, so he had to increase his dosage. And it says he saw a room numbered 707 here.
And that was probably the red door.
The motel only has 2 floors. There can't be a room starting with 7. Did he describe it at all?
He said the room had a bright red door that seemed completely out of place.
Maybe it was just one of his hallucinations.
Except Burton saw it. There's a flash of red in the hallway.
No, it's not that. He also saw all kinds of things. A pair of twins in the hallway, long hair hanging from the ceiling, and he saw Barbara, but assumed she was another hallucination.
That is a creepy sketch of her. Small sheep's head is sketched on the paper.
This proves that Barbara's been to the motel, which means
Tuesday lied.
Well, I'm sorry to say that I've never met an arcanist with the head of a sheep. I can help you ask around if you...
Why did she lie to me?
Argus interrupts her thoughts.
So, did you find anything useful from the expense record?
I need to talk to the maid.
Hold your horses. We haven't searched the washroom yet.
Yeah, we gotta find, like, the rotting corpse in the tub.
Never skip the bathroom. Ain't you seen The Godfather? Michael Corleone grabs his gun from behind a toilet tank.
She pushes open the bathroom door as she speaks. Well, we don't see the rotting corpse that he mentioned, but you never know. This is also where the mirror is. That's a lot of wax. It's like melting off the sink. She holds out a hand, signal to stop. She moves closer and knocks on the mirror. A copper frame gives a hollow echo. A vivid, venomous green flashes across the mirror and an ivory face appears in its reflection.
Argus. Argus. You've come to me.
Do you know her?
Argus doesn't respond. Her eyes are locked on the mirror as if in a daze.
Argus. Argus.
The faint voice echoes around the bathroom like waves crashing repeatedly against the shore.
It's not possible.
Argus's silence gives rise to a bold speculation.
Is that Kayla?
No, there's no way that's her. If you knew Kayla like I do, you'd say the same. This distorted reflection in the mirror is probably a result of the excessive arcanum in this motel. A ritual similar to Bloody Mary used to be quite popular among the kids in this town. If you look into a mirror at exactly midnight, the spirit within will morph into the shape of the person you desire most. But if you respond to the spirit's call, it will drain your soul from your body.
I always thought those were just myths.
So did I. But after all the strange things I've seen, I've become less surprised. These spirits feed on the energy of our souls. That's why you should never trust a word they say. The people who are tricked by them fall into a kind of trance, and some, like Mr. Stefan, go crazy.
Okay.
I wonder what he saw in the mirror.
Check his notes,
anyway,
maybe?
I won't repeat his mistake.
She raises her shotgun, ready to fire.
For mercs like me, the deepest despair ain't external danger. It's internal hesitation. If some pale imitation makes me hesitate so easily, then how can I claim to be able to protect others? You've got to be able to stand your ground. A cunning criminal would use every excuse to defend themselves in court. And a
She's not in the
spy would
reflection.
wear all kinds of disguises to gather information on the enemy. That's why we've got to stay sharp. When it comes down to it, we only have our own two legs to stand on. Mercs ain't philosophers. Once a merc starts pondering morals, justice, and ethics, they're digging their own grave. For a merc, the mission objective is the only thing that matters. Overthinking don't bring nothing but disaster and destruction. That's why it won't fool me.
Her gaze is steady. Memories flash by, distant and playful. I think it's auto-playing, yes. Laughing and running in those grassy fields. I can't speak. It's fine.
Folks on the ranch adored little Kayla. She was the apple of all their eyes. How dare this ugly imitation?
She forcefully loads the shotgun. She aims her gun squarely at the mirror.
Here's my response.
Well, you just said not to respond. You responded. Oh, that's a lot of goop. That's a whole lot of goop. Goop is never good. We're fighting the goop.
Program activated.
Oh, it's just a haunted mirror.
It is here.
Be gone, goop.
Loading. Charging. Aim and shoot. The light that illuminates all.
Again, I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe I should check and see what those numbers are?
Under attack.
That actually did damage, wait. 1 second. What is this? Meltdown. Oh. Okay, so the enemies have a stress meter. Okay. Well, we should heal. Let's focus you and you.
Your idea. Did anybody get hurt?
Oh, Mr. Lance!
Lucy just does her own thing. It's fine.
Argus. Argus. You've come to me.
Let this serve as a reminder to remain vigilant. If there were a deceitful Spirit of the Year award, I'm sure that would win.
So is it still there, or did we actually kill it? Because it's still talking like it's fine.
Stefan Garcia, a Xeno captain, 36 years old. For unknown reasons, likely connected to Manus Vindicte, he moved into this motel. He attempted to make contact with Xeno several times, all of which failed. During his stay, he was tortured by increasingly intense hallucinations, delusion, and fear. And as a result,
You went insane.
As a result, he committed suicide. And that's everything the evidence shows.
Chaotic clues are rolling in the mind like a churning stomach.
no. We must have overlooked something. A military officer killing himself. A phone call asking for help in Morse code. Not to mention Manus Vindicte.
Where's this going, boss?
We've encountered
Somewhere.
a series of bizarre events, one after another, ever since we arrived at this motel. The rituals in the rooms, the officer that went mad, the spirit in the mirror, and Manus Vindicte. Only one person remains uninvolved.
Are you trying to say that she's the mastermind behind all this?
Probably.
She should know more about all this than anyone. Yet she feigns ignorance at every turn, which is suspicious in its own right.
Yeah.
But what's there for a motel housekeeper to gain from all this? It's not like these spooky scandals would attract more guests. Unless someone else is pulling the strings. But that don't make much sense either, does it? When all these unusual things happened, she was happy to stand by and watch. But by whose orders? Some larger, more mysterious organization?
Probably.
Give me a break.
What if she doesn't desire money or power?
So what you're saying is that you need to ask Little Miss Maid a couple more questions.
Yep.
Precisely.
Argus sighs.
That spirit morphed into Kayla, so it must have seen her face at some point. Which means that at one time, Kayla was in this room. And you're right. Tuesday's definitely not a run-of-the-mill motel maid. It wouldn't be wise to approach her rashly. Let me finish up here first. Then we can go question her together.
Burton's gonna go off on her own, isn't she?
All right.
Please be patient and wait. Please be patient and wait. After a moment, Argus shakes her head in disappointment.
Nope. I got nothing. Let's go find that maid. I have a few questions for her myself.
And the body's gone. Great. She makes her way across the room and opens the door. She freezes.
Where'd the body go?
The corpse that had been lying in the hallway has vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the floor.
Ain't no signs of dragon neither. Who and how?
I mean, Kimberly might have eaten him. The ringing echoes through the doorway.
The phone again. What do you think? Should we answer it? I bet it's another one of those prank calls.
Those weren't prank calls. Someone was sending a distress signal in Morse code.
She picks up the receiver and presses the speaker button.
Could you tell me what year it is now?
That's Barbara. That looks like her silhouette. A soft voice plays through the speaker.
Who's this?
This is Barbara.
To be continued. Okay. The voice on the other end continues.
Wonderful. I can talk over the phone now. The wind must still be wandering nearby.
That's good to hear. Are you an editor for Atu?
There's a sigh of relief.
Yes, miss, I am. But before we continue our conversation, could you please tell me what year it is now?
1990.
I see.
The frail voice steadies.
Miss Barbara, can I meet you in person?
You want to meet me?
Yes. I'm Vertin, the timekeeper of the St. Pavlov Foundation. I was sent to ask you about Erd's whereabouts. But you don't seem to be in a favorable situation right now.
Miss Burton, I couldn't possibly locate Erd's whereabouts. The whispers of the wind can't reach this room.
The whispers of the wind?
So that must be like her arcane skill?
Yes. It's a special form of communication.
Right. Well, is there anything I can do to help you rebuild this line of communication?
Let me first explain the situation to you. Here are a few things I'm certain of. First, this isn't an ordinary motel. It possesses some kind of supernatural life force. Before checking in, I interviewed some of the residents nearby. They all mentioned eerie rumors centered around the motel these past few months.
Okay.
Yes, we've encountered some bizarre events here, like real-life urban legends.
Second, I'm now trapped in a red room. This room is in the same motel as yours. What's different is that it blocks all forms of communication. I couldn't get the room to open, and my voice didn't reach through the phone. That wasn't until a gunshot broke this intangible restraint. This small room contracted violently, and now I can communicate with the outside world.
Okay.
At first, I thought it was an earthquake, but the contracted space soon returned to normal. Earthquakes can't do that, can they?
Before this happened, were you using spiders to communicate with the world outside?
Yes, I was. As luck would have it, there are many spiders here. Thanks to the prevalence of spiders in urban legends, I assume.
They can hear the sound of pages being turned from the other end of the telephone.
There's some paranoia about spiders living in hair. It originated in a sermon from 13th century England.
Okay.
A woman was always late to Mass because she spent too much time styling her hair. Eventually, a devil attached itself to her hair in the form of a spider. Yes, they delivered messages for me in their own peculiar way. Being completely isolated from the outside world greatly unsettled me. It reminded me of that terrible phenomenon.
She takes a few light breaths.
Fortunately, that wasn't the case.
But you're still trapped in that room, right?
Yes, the door's gone. I can't get out from the inside.
How did you get in there in the first place? Or rather, who brought you into that room?
Well, who else could it be?
Tuesday?
The maid named Tuesday.
Yep.
Just as I expected.
Wait.
The mercenary cuts in.
You're the driver who left me on the road, right? I remember your voice.
Yeah, it's me. I actually changed my mind and turned back to get you, but you were gone by the time I arrived. I guess that's when you came to this motel, right?
Yes. Tuesday saw me and invited me here.
Oh.
Oopsie!
Did you want to ask me something?
Have you seen a girl of about 5'3" here? In a white dress, curly chestnut-colored hair, green eyes, small hands.
I may have seen her. When I first arrived, I saw a girl who matched your description coming down the hallway. She was carrying an empty basket. I presumed that she'd been shopping in the town nearby.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, she didn't check out.
Thank you.
So she's Miss Grace. Whatever was in the basket, I'm sure, is the delivery for Kimberly. Okay, we're piecing things together. Let's see. She slumps her shoulders and the light in her eyes dim. She says no more.
How can we find this room?
It's just in the hallway, number 707. Look for a door covered in red.
Uh-oh.
Looks like the phone got disconnected.
So Barbara's in that room that Stefan saw, number 707. I'm going to find it. What about you? Heading into town for Kayla?
After a brief silence, Argus speaks.
I did notice a weird spot in the hallway earlier. The maid's footprints were going back and forth like there was an entrance there. But I didn't see no signs of a door.
She scratches her head with the barrel of her gun.
I wouldn't be surprised if you died by your own gun one day.
Yeah. Burton says what we're all thinking. Don't do that.
That'd be a memorable way to go. All right. Enough kidding around.
She perks up.
Our little Miss May tried so very hard to hide Barbara from us, but I guess the lamb's out of the bag now.
Yes, it's all crystal clear now. Let's go.
Hold up a sec, boss.
Oh? She bites her lip.
Do you have any candies? I'm running on fumes here, and I ain't got no way to replenish my stash.
Asking for help seems very difficult for her. She pulls a few pieces of candy from her pocket and places them in Argus's palm.
Us and Barbara will be out of here soon, and you'll find some candy and Kyla in town.
Okay. This might be a shorter event because it feels like it's really ramping up. Usually, Reverse takes me like 1.5 streams, or like 1 stream and then like maybe an hour the next day, but maybe we get through this today? Let's see, details, a significant event of the late 20th century, essential reading. Water first. Let's see. Through the aid of voluntary donations, the research team extracted the nucleus from a female Arcanus, genetic mother A, and enucleated egg cell from a female human, genetic mother B. The nucleus was cultivated and processed to enhance its receptivity to a new genetic instructions. After injecting the donor cell nucleus into the enucleated egg cell, an electric pulse was used to fuse the nucleus with the egg cytoplasm, inciting cell division and forming embryonic cells. During this process, the ratio of Arcanist to human genetic material was adjusted to be nearly equal. In experiment number 277, the embryo developed well, meeting the criteria for transplantation, and was implanted into the uterus of a fin Dorset ewe after formation. Observation: 0 months old. The subject was born through natural delivery with 60.05% Arcanist genetic material and 39.95 human genetic material, not achieving the expected complete balance, but still proving that the adult somatic cells of an Arcanist can be programmed and adjusted through cloning technology. In appearance, the subject exhibits characteristics of both genetic mothers A and B simultaneously for unknown reasons. Its head is highly similar to that of the fin Dorset, but brain development has not been affected. So this is like Barbara's backstory, basically. I'm guessing she is based her like story, her inspiration is that cloned sheep that happened. I vaguely remember that happening, a cloned sheep. I assume that's what she's based on. 2 months old, the subject's development is slower than that of a contemporary human and Arcanist infants. Mild symptoms of lung infection have been found. 4 months old, the subject's development is slower than that of a contemporary human and Arcanist infants, but it showed significant responses to music and human language, with consistent reactions to specific sounds. The cause of the lung infection was identified. The subject's lungs tested positive for the JSRV retrovirus, commonly found in sheep living indoors for extended periods. It was suggested that a veterinary team be brought in for consultation. 6 months old. The subject's physical development is slower than that of contemporary humans and Arcanist infants, and may stop developing prematurely. Sterile room staff reported that the subject began consciously mimicking communication behaviors as expected. Educational classes and moral guidance videotapes were initiated. The lung infection worsened, and the subject showed a strong allergic reaction to chemical fiber products. 10 months old, the subject can engage in rudimentary communication, exhibiting good brain development. So here's the thing. It's saying it's developing slower than a human or Arcanist. At 10 months, it's holding conversations. I don't think a 10-month-old could do that. I could be wrong. I have not been around small children, but I could be wrong. That seems a little too early for that. Multiple tests have confirmed that American country music is effective in alleviating the subject's allergic reactions, the cause of which is yet to be determined. 22 months old. The subject performed excellently in communication and intelligence tests, possessing the intelligence level of a 7-year-old human child. Exactly. It's like... it's developing slower, but it has the intelligence of like a small, like, child in school. 23 months old. Bone tests indicate that the subject's physical development will cease completely at the age of 12. Okay, there's the red room. Let's see. In the center of the red room stands a snow-white crib. The hanging curtain sways slightly, like pulsating veins. An Arcanist with the head of a sheep stands there, silently observing the translucent fabric. Footsteps draw closer, but she does not turn to face them.
Are you not satisfied with my services?
No matter what, you shouldn't have cut the phone off.
The maid withdraws her hand from the telephone's hook switch with a hint of apology.
Nor should you have isolated me from the outside world. Because you should know better than anyone what that means.
Why should I? All I know is that a poor, helpless child like you shouldn't be alone on the roadside. Where's your mother? Didn't she tell you to be careful?
She sighs softly.
You really don't remember anything, do you?
Huh?
What do you mean? What do you think I
Is
should
she
remember?
one of the moms?
Well, clearly it doesn't matter now. This motel's well decorated. Did you do all this yourself?
The maid smiles.
Are all children like this? Always talking in circles to draw Mama's attention. Oh, but these innocent words make them all the more adorable.
I am not a child.
That's exactly what a child would say.
She yields helplessly.
I've always felt a familiarity with you, like I've known you for a long time. Can you tell me about it? Why were you out here on Route 77 all alone? Maybe I can help you.
Have you heard of Atu?
Oh, I have. It's a magazine about fashion, trends, and the avant-garde. My brother loved that magazine, but my father found it unacceptable. To think his eldest son would read those softies magazines instead of working on the farm. Fashion, trends, disco. These aren't things a Texan man should pursue. At least according to my father. In the end, my father destroyed all my brother's disco records.
Pain.
Along with his plane ticket to Los Angeles.
Perhaps that's for the best. He avoided the riots.
Huh?
Nothing. So, what do you think?
She's treating the maid as an interview subject, the woman behind the legend, a chance not to be missed.
Me?
She looks somewhat surprised.
Why should I have any opinion?
Let me rephrase that. What impact has this had on you?
Oh.
Tuesday ponders for a moment, then shakes her head.
But what happened between them has nothing to do with me, does it? These were the choices they made.
She purses her lips, her face flushed.
When I first arrived, a local resident told me not to stay at Tuesday's motel. He said his aunt went mad soon after she stayed here.
The windows rattle gently, emitting a faint sound.
I remember that lady. Her head was so large. It reminded me of those stories of people with deformities. I had her watch a freak show at midnight. Sadly, she didn't seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't think she would. A harvester starts up in the distance. The sound of the engine fills the room.
At this time of year, the farmers run their combine harvesters on the fields nonstop. The harvest is a joyful time of year, but the accompanying noise always frightens the children. Have you heard the stories? Of how naughty children get too close to harvesters and get caught in them, losing a hand or even a head. Fields, machinery, children with severed limbs. These stories are exactly what my motel's missing.
Excuse me? The window's rattling grows more frantic.
Oh, my baby's calling. Please excuse me. I don't want another temper tantrum on my hands.
Then what is in your arms?
Apologies, my fluffy little child. I look forward to our next conversation. Talking to you always brings me inspiration.
Oh no.
But the motel's been too busy lately. It's starting to get on my nerves.
The maid speaks slowly, her face flushed again. Her cough is weak, like a sickly child's.
Oh, see, this is what I mean. How could I bear to send you out on your own? You'll stay right here in this cozy little room until you're fully recovered.
But it's the room that's making her sick. We know this now.
I don't need this special treatment of yours. Staying here won't cure my illness.
Just get some sleep. You'll come to your senses after a good rest. I'll see you soon.
The maid lightly steps out of the room. Barbara watches as the door vanishes. Okay. She looks at the pool of blood in the hallway where the officer's body once was.
How many times have I told you not to eat things off the floor?
The bundle in her arms suddenly lets out a strange cry.
There. Don't cry, sweetheart.
Okay, so it's definitely not a human baby. Which we sort of knew from the beginning.
Is this the spot?
Sure is shooting.
The hallway looks identical to any other.
Look, these footprints. They're less than 10 minutes old.
But where's the door to room 707?
It's
I
there.
can sense some energy fluctuations nearby. But they're definitely not from arcane skills.
She presses her palm against the wall.
What else could produce such intense energy?
Oh, can I help you with something?
Oh, great. The maid's voice comes unexpectedly from behind them.
Miss Tuesday, I've got a question for you.
She stares intently at the maid, her gaze sharp as if she's finally caught the scent of her prey.
Do you know how to get to room 707?
707?
Yup. What I've been looking for might just be in that room.
I'm usually more than happy to satisfy the requests of my guests, as long as it's within my power. But this one crosses the line.
Shame. Looks like negotiations are over. And thence we came forth to see again the stars.
After a brief moment, a glimmer of emerald light reignites in her eye.
Using arcane skills so frequently is bad for your eyes. Didn't your family ever tell you that?
Her voice carries genuine concern.
So you knew what we were doing all along.
Of course. You weren't exactly
This is
subtle in your
true.
actions.
This
What did you
was
expect?
true.
But you've reached your limit now. 3,
What's that supposed to mean?
2.
Oh no.
Screw this. Your mind games won't work on me.
1.
The light in the mercenary's eyes goes out in an instant. Her eyes widen.
Huh? Who turned the lights off?
That's not good. The hallway lights are as bright as ever.
The lights are still on, dear.
Argus doesn't respond. She pulls a candy from her pocket. Her hands tremble slightly, causing it to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor with a clack. She picks it up and places it back in Argus's hands.
You rely far too much on Picrasma candy. It can't solve all your problems.
She tosses the candy into her mouth and chews it along with the dust from the floor.
They usually work wonders for me. Just one candy restores 50% of my vision. But in my line of work, 50% is never enough. That's why I take 2. I need my vision to be at least 100%.
She runs the candy along her tongue, and the expected sweetness fills her mouth.
That'll do the job most of the time, but sometimes I've got an extremely challenging task. That's when I eat a 3rd candy. At that point, it's getting extremely dangerous.
Oh no. She pops another candy into her mouth.
I should be able to see now.
Oh no, is she like fully blind? No miracle occurs, her eyes remain still, like a night sky with no stars.
Should I take more?
No! It's medicine! No!
Absolutely not. The large amount of candy you've eaten is exactly why your eyes have failed you. And in such a crucial moment, no less. Excess leads to destruction. This is true for all things. You do well to learn your limits.
What?
I also had to be careful not to frighten those children too much.
The maid seems to relive some fond memories, a satisfied look on her paled face.
You've always put your faith in these candies, haven't you? 1 candy, 50% recovery. 2 candies, 100%. 3 candies, and you can tackle even the most insurmountable problem. Oh, how dependable they are. Just like the venerable Argus, who succeeds in any job she takes on.
Oh no. She chuckles.
It's precisely your excessive confidence in these candies that has led to your marvelous destruction.
Oh no.
Just as the people's trust in you as a mercenary has led you to this bottomless abyss. Oh, you poor thing. And of course, they'd never have imagined this. Argus, the mercenary named after the 100-eyed, all-seeing giant, is in fact a blind fool.
Who the hell are you?
Don't aim when you can't see. She fires in the direction of her voice, the gunshot ringing in their ears. She hit the baby. The bullet pierces the wall, and a strange wail echoes through the halls of the motel.
Damn it! Damn it!
Missed me.
Okay, so maybe she didn't hit the baby. She digs her fingers into her hand as she tries to control her trembling. She steps forward, pushing her chest against the barrel of the gun.
There you go. Now there's no way you can miss. But do you have the guts to pull the trigger?
She tilts her head slightly, smiling.
The decision's yours to make. But once I'm dead, you'll never find room 707.
She has a
Barbara,
point.
Kayla, everything you're looking for is all in that room, isn't it?
Don't you dare say her name with that filthy mouth!
But why? Miss Kayla's such a lovely guest. I very much enjoyed her company.
The maid looks at the mercenary's face with interest as it twists in rage.
Enough. You and I need to have a serious talk.
Oh, there's no need for that. Actually, my baby's eager to meet you.
Oh no.
Your baby?
It's time to see what monster she's been carrying around. She looks at the bundle of swaddling cloth in the maid's arms.
Yes. In fact, the baby is the master of this motel.
She holds out the bundle.
I think the two of you ought to meet each other first. Here, hold it.
Oh no. Do you want to? She places it in her arms. The bundle is much lighter than she expected. Not the weight of a child.
This is...
She sees the carpet beneath her feet transform into a quagmire. Tuesday stands on top of the mud, smiling at her.
Burden! Burden!
The mercenary's shouts are dulled, as if she's being plunged underwater. She hears hurried footsteps approaching from the distance and feels the once light bundle become as heavy as lead. Something engulfs her ankles, pulling her down, down, down into a world of endless darkness.
Let go of it, Burden!
An emerald flame struggles to light up, and the mercenary, lying on the ground, tightly grabs her hand.
I ain't letting our deal end this way. Not while I draw breath.
Argus!
The maid presses her foot against Argus's fingers and steps down. Argus screams in pain.
Don't you interrupt them. There's no need to worry, Miss Burton. I've done this countless times.
Oh no.
Now, allow me to peer into your dreams.
Oh, is she a dream eater? If the final boss ends up looking like some Baku thing, I'm gonna lose it. The sound of the world fade into total silence, and when she opens her eyes again, there's nothing but darkness.
Where am I?
A cool drop of water falls onto her nose.
Is that rain? I can catch anything with a toss.
Burton, that's why you gathered us here, right?
Oh, it's flashbacks. These are all the kids that melted.
You shouldn't be here.
You understand what we desire most, right, Burton?
The falling rain surrounds them. The children watch curiously.
Burton, we made it, right?
But why is it still raining?
Don't be such a baby, Isabella. Haven't you seen rain before?
The children reach out as they try to catch the raindrops in their hands.
No!
Are you afraid of children? Or rain?
A familiar voice echoes into the darkness.
No, I'm not afraid of them. Rain is common. It's always falling somewhere in the world. It's merely an ordinary weather phenomenon.
The maid snaps her fingers, the raindrops halt and start flowing upward.
This is the kind of rain you're afraid of, isn't it? I've never seen rain fall upwards. Is this some creation of your imagination? Still, I don't see why you'd be afraid of rain falling in reverse. Would you care to enlighten me, dear child?
Miss Tuesday, please. Stop trying to get in my head and tell me where Argus is.
The maid ignores her and steps closer.
Before I met you, I never thought that a person without fear could exist in the world. I've never once guessed someone's fear incorrectly either. You really are something else.
You didn't guess incorrectly. These reversed raindrops have brought utter chaos to the world, pulverizing people under the crushing wheel of time. You should be thankful you've never seen it. But it can't stop us anymore, because the umbrella's here.
She opens the umbrella.
At least now, when the storm comes, I can hold up the umbrella and protect my companions. And although this ability has come too late for some, we still have a future to protect. Why are you so obsessed with people's fears? Your hands have been trembling with excitement this whole time.
The maid clasps her hands under her chin, her face flushed like a blooming flower.
So I wasn't wrong at all. Why waste your time with that mercenary? She may look tough, but she's hollow inside. Have you ever eaten a macadamia nut? Crack the hard shell, and you'll find the delicious center. Who could resist the soft texture and rich flavor of fear?
Miss Tuesday, this has to end. You were the one pulling the strings here, aren't you?
The maid blushes as she twirls her skirt with one hand.
Oh, what an astounding accusation. But oh, do I feel so gratified. I've never felt so satiated in my entire life.
Her very being seems to be caught in a strange tremor.
Oh, you're the only one who's ever seen through me. How exhilarating. However, your accusation missed the mark.
Well, I mean, Tuesday did say that it was the baby, the monster baby or whatever that's in charge of the motel. She stretches out her hands. They look especially pure under the rain.
You see my hands? They're immaculate. Never once tainted by a single drop of blood. I take great pride in it. You see, I barely do anything to make people's fears arise.
Her hands tremble with excitement.
I would never injure anyone. Fear created through physical harm is its crudest and most base form. What I crave is the fear that lingers in their hearts forever.
She really is just a dream eater. The maid's cheek flushed a faint pink.
Kind of fear that even years later, when they recount their experiences here to their friends and families, a seed of fear is planted in the listeners' hearts. I instill fear in my guests, and they become my beloved children.
In the rain, her fingers tremble uncontrollably, and a beautiful smile spreads across her wet face.
Where is she? Where's Argus?
Well, I suppose she's experiencing her own fears right now. Under that hard mercenary exterior, she's tormented by them. Can you imagine that?
Sorry, Miss Tuesday, but I'm not interested in this vile obsession of yours.
The one with the umbrella walks deeper into the darkness. Well, the last thing I was expecting was a Dream Eater in this game. I was expecting the Baku to be in Ghostwire, but apparently it's here. Let's see, the sound of birds chirping fills the air. Argus is back home on those familiar plains.
This is...
She stands in the field, nothing but the wind and the rustling grass before her.
Howdy, Argus. Long time no see. We thought you'd never come back.
Mr. Dennis? Why are you here?
Oh boy, you listening to yourself? Why wouldn't I be here? It's my daughter's wedding day.
Huh? Oh, well, congratulations.
She finally catches on.
But you really shouldn't be here. Don't you remember? 3 years ago, your daughter ran away from home. She left a letter and then went with Mr. Schaefer to a city in the northeast. Detroit, I think? I don't quite remember.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Quit fooling around.
After 3 months of searching, I found her. But she refused to come back with me. So you went to Detroit yourself. And then you...
Her words drift off. Dennis died in Detroit while looking for his daughter. At least that's what she remembers. But how can that be? He's right here, standing in front of her.
In any case, I'm sorry I couldn't bring her back.
What are you talking about, Argus?
You must be tired from working on all those requests that the townsfolk had pushed upon you. I've told them so many times to go easy on you. That said, I have a request for you myself.
Okay.
What is it? Did you lose some livestock, or...?
The townsman winks and hands her an invitation.
Come to Alice's wedding. We've prepared plenty of food and beer, and we've got the chapel choir together. Don't miss out, Missy.
Sorry. I won't be there.
Why?
Why, Argus?
I need to deliver a letter to Mrs. Mary's husband. She can't go herself because of her bad legs, you see.
Hey, Argus, I didn't ask you to deliver any letters.
Mrs. Mary, didn't you...
Mary passed away in 1989. Argus saw her coffin being lowered into the ground. So her nightmare is all the people she feels like she failed? Another person declared dead is now standing before her, smiling brightly.
You're still alive?
What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You really ought to take a proper rest. Today is Alice's big day. We should all be at her wedding, don't you think? Oh, my sweet child, why are your hands shaking?
Are you afraid?
Why? Are you afraid of their happiness? Or are you afraid of your failure?
I'm not a failure.
Oh, my sweet child.
Argus, Argus, got a message to send? Go get Argus, your trusted friend.
Argus, Argus, got a cheap basket. Go get Argus, she's got your back.
A foreign voice echoes through their mouths and surrounds her.
Who's there?
The TV turned off. Her surroundings recede like a tide, leaving only a girl in white standing before her. Wrapped in a half-soiled birth cloth, a lamb lies at her feet. The girl's hands are covered in blood and amniotic fluid. Her smile is as pure as a dove.
It's me, Kayla. You haven't forgotten me, have you?
Kayla.
It's getting dark. We should take them back. Ain't no way they'll make it through the night out here with their mama hurt. And you can't see a thing at night.
Yeah, we need to go back now. Can't delay any longer. What?
Hold on a moment.
The lamb bleats.
What are you doing?
There.
She kneels down and gently strokes the lamb's neck. The lamb bows its head and licks her fingertips. They're still wet with amniotic fluid. Kayla smiles and tightens her grip around the lamb's neck. It lets out a piercing cry, sending the distant flock of birds into the air. Well, I guess she did say that the mom was hurt. But there's better ways to put an animal out of its misery. The cry becomes weaker, more strangled, and then silent, then silent as the life is squeezed out of its body.
Isn't it better to die a quick death than end up in the belly of a wolf?
You've got no right to make that decision. No living thing is born to simply die. It could have stood up. It could have survived.
The girl gets to her feet.
We can go now.
No, don't go.
The girl smiles as the long grass rustles against her flowing skirt in the breeze.
Oh, you've reminded me. There are 2 problems left unsolved. Those 2. Over there.
Argus looks into the distance. Dennis and Mary are standing and smiling at her.
Kill them. It would only take 2 bullets. 3 seconds max. As long as they're alive, they'll come after you just as hard as you hunt the targets of your missions. I'm sure you know that better than I do.
Why should I kill them?
Do you need a reason? Just do as we've always done. I say, and you do. No need to think about it. Isn't that what you pride yourself on? A mindless tool that blindly follows orders. That's all a mercenary needs to be.
So how much of this is actually her memory? And how much of this is just Tuesday putting words in Kayla's mouth? Because we know Kayla is, like, not a good person. She's, like, involved with Manus and stuff. But still.
The so-called value of a mercenary that you always talk about?
No, it ain't true.
What's with the hesitation anyway? It's not like you give a damn about other people's lives. The only reason you can't bring yourself to kill them is because you enjoy how they always praise you and depend on you.
You ain't Kayla.
Seriously? Are you saying I'm a fraud just because I don't meet your expectations of what I'm supposed to be?
The girl gives an inexplicable smile.
Fine. If you think I'm not Kayla, then why don't you kill me now? Just shoot me in the chest, and these people will treat you like a hero. They'll gather in the fields, holding torches, and chant your name.
Argus abruptly raises her gun, but her hands are shaking. The barrel is trembling.
Argus, Argus, she's spanless. Argus, Argus, she's...
Confetti!
The deepest despairing external danger. If there were a deceitful spirit eternal hesitation, we only have our own 2 legs to stand on.
Was she caught in the mirror after all? The bullet pierces the girl's soft chest. Her blood splatters on the field, dotting the grass like a smattering of poppies. It clings to the grass, its weight causing the blades to bend.
Oh, Argus! Our great hero!
The tales of your heroic deeds will be passed down through generations.
Oh no.
She ain't Kayla.
Now, you're lying to yourself again. Of course she's Kayla.
It's not possible.
Do I need to show you the bullet through her heart for you to believe it, Bonehead?
Damn it!
She loads a bullet into the chamber with a crisp click.
Don't pull the trigger.
An unexpected voice comes from beside her.
Virgin?
How did she get all the way out here? Where did she come from?
Calm down, Argus. Remember, what you see isn't real. You're still inside the motel. At least for now.
Oh, here comes another little lady.
Excellent timing. Come join the party.
Okay, what are we fighting?
Program activated.
We're fighting cactus.
It is here. Loading. Charging. Faraday's miracle.
I am curious to see what the final boss is, because it's kind of shaping up that Tuesday might be like a Dream Eater. It would be interesting if they did a Baku thing. I'm not sure if they will though, because at the end of the day, this is a Chinese game, not a Japanese one. I'm not sure if China has like a equivalent to a Baku. I know some of their mythology is shared, but not really.
I'm here to get you out.
So that wasn't Kayla.
No. She lets out a long sigh of relief.
Couldn't ask for better news than that, really.
No, it wasn't. Let's get out of here.
She reaches out her hand in invitation.
Okay.
Argus reaches out. She feels like something abominable is chasing after her, that if she stops, the shadow of confusion will come and swallow her whole. And as this hand is her only salvation, her escape from this labyrinth, so she grasps it tightly.
She ain't Kayla.
She declares this with absolute certainty. Okay, when the interview opportunity presents itself, a professional journalist always grabs it with both hands. Tuesday, an interview, huh? Well, I do declare that this is new ground for me, especially being interviewed by a child like you. So what do you want to know? You're no stranger to the realm of fear, and undoubtedly hold a unique perspective on the concept. That's why I want to hear what you have to say. You're a curious little thing, aren't you? I wonder, is the rest of your flock this nosy? Look, darling, for me, fear's just a little hobby. Like, some people enjoy fishing, some like brewing their own beer, and some even like combing the knots out of sheep's fleece. No offense. None taken, please go on. Appreciating fear takes finesse. You have to ease into it gently, like nudging a glass along the edge of a table with just your fingertip. Then you hear that nice crisp clink. So you see yourself as a fear facilitator, not a direct participant, correct? You're a smart child. How do I put this? It's more like the sacred art... It's more like the scared are scaring themselves. Those poor lambs will do the hard work for you, you see. Their imagination is my greatest tool. People start to make choices for themselves after experiencing true fear, based entirely on their imagination and of their own volition. And that's the most interesting part. I'm starting to wonder, so when you max out, like, a character's bond, or whatever, you eventually get, like, an interview. I want to go back now and see if, like, the person giving the interview's name is Barbara. I'm not sure if it is, though. But I know there's, like, always, like, an interview with each of the characters. Okay. The motel hallway is as quiet as ever. The maid stands, smiling.
Did you see it?
It?
My baby, of course. Oh, so it didn't show up then? What a shy little pumpkin.
What is it exactly?
A supernatural being. An amalgam of urban legends. An ever-pounding heart. And a shy little baby. All under one roof. But seeing how you got out of there in one piece, I'm certain you've already earned its approval. Come on in. I'll show you the sweetest little room in the motel.
Oh, she's just gonna take us there. A red door appears behind her.
Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Go ahead. Open the door.
And don't go in all the way. Hold it open. The door remains motionless.
Open it. Now.
The mercenary says nothing. She silently wipes the barrel of her gun. She fires 2 shots at the red door. The entire motel trembles violently.
That'll do it.
Hopefully. Maybe. Before she can reload, the ground starts to shake beneath her feet, and a deafening sound reverberates through the hallway. The maid's eyes widen in surprise.
Why didn't I think of that? Your eyes haven't recovered yet, have they? Such poor aim. Let me lend you a hand. Listen to Mama. I told you long ago about the consequences of disobedience. Oh, it's out of bullets. Could you help me reload? Oh, my sweet child. Can you see it? This is the beauty of fear.
Watch out!
Please, come in, my dear guest. You'll find what you seek inside.
Is she going to get eaten? Oh, we actually made it to the end? Okay. Well, we'll take it. We go, I guess. Oh, it's literally just like a heart with a baby inside. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What the hell is this thing?
Miss Furton, please follow my instructions. First, I need to calm my sweet baby. All the monkeys in the cages chose the mother covered in cloth. All children need to form attachments. It's a vital part of how they learn about the world. Now, go ahead and make contact using whatever method you see fit. Don't worry, I'll keep the situation under control. This is the only way it'll obey.
Ugh, you want me to touch it? How about I let my bullets do the job?
Agony is indeed a form of attachment. You'll make a good mother, Miss Argus.
You make me sick.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay, let's do this and that and this and this.
Aim and shoot.
It's tanky because we're in balanced mode. It's fine. I'm just gonna use one of my extra movements to do this, so it pokes itself. Then we can also do that. Or not.
Stay away from me. Pardon me.
Oh no, it hit 50. I'm not sure what Dread does, but I have a feeling it's bad. Let's do this and that, and this and that.
The Bagua drown on the sign break never warns about its changes.
The story begins with about a dog who did this first, then that, at last.
It's so tanky.
Break it, break it.
Barrage.
Okay, let's do this. And healing. That. Guess we can do all the 2 stars.
Target confirmed.
Oh, it's about to do its ultimate. I'm not sure if we can stop that. Nope. Please live. Please live. Please live. Everyone, please live.
It's crying in pain. Go wrap my baby in your warm embrace and put it out of its agony.
Okay. 1 second, we're going to heal again. Let's see, grab you. Grab you. Let's just do this so we can boost that one.
This is exactly the honeyed comfort my baby desires most. But it can never be allowed to taste its sweetness. It'll always be dangled just out of reach. How exhilarating. Please, continue.
Oh, it healed it too.
Break it. Break it.
Faraday's miracle.
Oh well, we kind of needed that because Lucy was about to die. Lucy once again is about to die. Stop doing that. Okay, we're going to do this and hope that there's healing. There isn't.
What a tragedy.
Stop charging. The story begins with a battle dog who did this first, and that at last.
Sopportai il sangue. Sopportai il sangue.
I, Robot, child of science.
Okay.
Eliminate target.
Want to do that some more? She didn't do it more. It keeps healing. I do not appreciate it healing. Yes. Okay, heal that. Keep poking it.
Tu peux la jeter maintenant, la charme d'opère.
Barrage.
Okay.
I can inflict intoxicating pain upon it, which is precisely why I became its mother.
If you hadn't explained this earlier, I might have mistaken this for some kind of monster training show.
Look, it's calmed down. My sweet, obedient baby. You deserve a reward.
It fell asleep.
You may proceed now.
And now to
So I guess it was throwing a temper
mission.
tantrum.
Rest.
When I found it, it was still called Sweet Home. It was all alone, abandoned in the wilderness. A poor little thing.
So you took it in? Some unknown, growing arcane consciousness that takes the form of a motel, yet somehow also exists as a baby?
Yes.
The maid bends down and picks up the swaddled baby from the crib.
There.
But it seriously impacted the lives of the locals.
Oh, Miss Verton. They chose to come here of their own volition. I never forced them to stay.
But after leaving, some of them went mad or even committed suicide.
Well, they made those decisions themselves. Now is not the time to dwell on such trivial matters, Miss Verton. Haven't you been searching for Miss Barbara?
She points to the open door.
Don't get any bright ideas made.
Her eyes shine emerald again as she presses the barrel of her shotgun against Tuesday's back.
If Verdon gets so much as a scratch, I'll blast your chest open, along with your baby. Go inside, boss. I'll keep an eye on her.
Make sure the door stays there. It stays open. Red curtains cover every inch of the room, like flesh clinging to a body. An ivory bed stands in the center.
Here you are, Miss Burton. I'm so glad. I was beginning to think I'd never regain contact with the outside world.
Miss Argus, you can put your gun down now.
She speaks, trembling slightly as she savors every moment of her heightened heart rate.
I've shown my utmost sincerity, have I not?
Shut your trap.
Let's get out of here, Miss Barbara. I don't think it's the wisest choice to have this conversation while we're still inside a living thing. Argus, I need you to keep Tuesday in check until we make it out of here.
You ain't gotta tell me twice.
Where's Lilia? That just dawned on me. Where's Lilia? A beam of light shines through the window. Dawn is breaking.
I've gazed at this scenery countless times, but never have I felt as enthralled as today. But, Miss Verton, don't you think you've forgotten something?
Forgotten what?
That guest who came with you. Shortly after her arrival, she hurried off to that armament factory. She's such an impatient child. Luckily, she made her way back here.
What did you do with her?
Her name's Lilia, right?
What did you do to her?
The maid laughed softly.
Relax, she's fine. She's sleeping soundly as we speak, with or without nightmares. Follow me. I'm sure she's eager to see you. This is the room.
Open it.
The maid finds the key on her key ring, puts it into the lock, and turns it. I don't see anyone. The room is empty.
Oh.
The maid frowns, her annoyance visible on her face. The owner of the suitcase rushes to the window and looks down. Lilia is sitting exhausted below. Their eyes meet.
Verton, there you are. Listen, those Manu scum have already wormed their way into the town. We can't go there.
You look terrible.
I couldn't sleep at all in that haunted room. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw all kinds of creepy stuff. Can you come down here, Capitan? Talking like this hurts my neck.
Okay.
At least she's okay. Everyone is okay. For the most part. Everyone is okay. Okay.
What's going on?
Outside the motel, the rising dawn paints the earth a deep orange. Lilia looks confused as they approach.
Are you okay, Capitan?
I'm fine. I have good news and bad news.
Don't bother with the order. Just lay it on me.
The good news is, we found Barbara. The bad news is we've got a new problem. This motel is the manifestation of a living consciousness that constantly generates urban legends and spreads fear. It might turn into a supernatural arcanist in the future. We can't let it grow here unchecked. We need the help of the Foundation to keep it under control.
Boss, my job here is done. I'm heading into town for Kayla.
She looks off into the distance.
Oh, and I promised a young fella that I'd help him find his mother. I've got to go now.
How do I pay your fee?
Fee?
She laughs heartily.
We're friends, Verdon. I don't need no payment.
She says her goodbyes and sets off on the road ahead. I guess Kayla never said her name to Lilia, so she doesn't know.
All right, Capitan. Any progress on finding Erd?
The little sheep's ears twitch.
That's why you came looking for me, right? I'll ask the wind for you. It's the least I can do.
She closes her eyes.
Did she doze off?
The gentle breeze caresses her ears like an invisible thread being woven between them.
I'm listening. Oh, I heard it. The answer.
She opens her eyes.
Distant wind told me that Miss Erd's latest submission came from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence.
Okay.
The article she submitted was an excellent piece, but Atu doesn't know anything beyond that.
Okay.
I suppose we'll all have restful sleep and sweet dreams tonight. I've collected the material I needed for the upcoming feature interview. I bet the readers will enjoy it. I'll be sure to include your name on the byline, Miss Tuesday.
Me? I don't think I contributed anything.
She interviewed you.
Quite the contrary. You played a significant role. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized my inner fear of losing communication with the world. First-hand experiences like this are invaluable to an editor.
Oh, with the way you put it, I almost regret letting you go.
Run.
I won't be returning. The interview's over.
Run. She closes her little red notebook.
If all goes well, you'll be able to read about it in the next issue of Atu. I'll take my leave now.
Goodbye.
Good. I can't wait to leave this place.
We can't leave yet. I just contacted the Texas branch. Their staff is on their way here. They have to investigate this supernatural being as soon as possible.
And they'll be here soon, I presume.
Yes?
I can feel their energy fluctuations of teleportation rituals. It must be them.
That or it's Kimberly. She turns her head to see a stranger standing before her. The girl in front of her has chestnut hair and carries a woven basket on her arm.
Looks like you guessed wrong, Capitan. I met her in town. Name's Kayla.
Kayla?
The girl smiles brightly at her.
Do you know someone called Argus?
The girl's smile becomes more gentle.
The name doesn't ring a bell. How strange. What kind of parent would name their child after a 100-eyed giant? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Kayla's a common name after all. Like Emma, Anna, or Catherine. More importantly, miss, you look...
The girl smiles once more.
Although I've never met you before, you seem familiar.
She reaches into the basket and pulls out a crumpled flower. A pale moth lands on the petal, gently fluttering its wings, its scales shimmering in the morning light.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
The girl tucks the flower under her arm.
Are you a guest at this motel?
The girl nods.
What happened here?
The St. Pavlov Foundation has taken over. I suggest you find alternative accommodation, given the dangerous incidents that have occurred here.
What should I do? All my things are still inside.
The Foundation staff will take care of it for you later. You can trust them.
Can't I just go and get my things now?
I would advise you to wait until the Foundation staff arrive.
Oh, I can look after myself. No need to worry about me, miss.
The girl winks and pushes open the motel door, promptly disappearing from their view. No one stopped her.
That girl.
Lilia breaks her long silence.
What about her?
Never mind. It's probably nothing.
No, say it. Say whatever it is you're thinking. Please.
Apologies for our delayed arrival, Miss Burton. We'd been unable to locate the motel until about 10 minutes ago. It's as if something was deliberately interfering with our sense of direction.
While the Foundation staff is busy assessing the situation, a faint sound echoes from the depths of the motel.
Oh.
The door suddenly swings open and a pale, trash-covered corpse is thrown out of it.
Once again, it insisted on eating garbage off the floor. Is every child this stubborn?
It's Stefan, a Xeno officer.
Stefan. Sounds familiar.
A staff member flips through his records, quickly finding the information he's looking for.
The records show he was a high-ranking Xeno officer who went missing after the vacuum bomb footage leaked. Xeno issued a staggering bounty on him. I guess whatever he did really angered Admiral Igor. Who would have thought he'd be hiding in this little motel in the middle of nowhere?
Obviously, luck wasn't on his side.
All right, Miss Burton. We'll take over from here.
The maid remains calm, gently patting the bundle in her arms.
After the branch completes its procedures, you'll be sent to the headquarters for a more thorough assessment.
Will you return my baby to me?
It's too early to discuss that. Let's go, Lilia.
She picks up the suitcase.
We must report back to Madame Z about Erd.
Is it just in there? Do we get like no resolution? No. It's still to be continued. We might get some resolution for Argus. Hopefully. A song drifting through the countless night's dream. Close your eyes, my darling little dear. The shining moon and peaceful night are dancing ever near. In your cradle, dream a dream so tender and so sweet. Dream a dream to entertain and make this night complete. Close your eyes, my darling little one. The owls have caught some squirrels, dear. Such luck and oh, such fun. Oh no. One by one, their eyes survey on branches perched so high. Feasting freely, oh, such delight, their banquet in the sky. Close your eyes, my darling little star. The black horse roams the wilderness through rolling fields afar. Don't you fret, their hooves no harm shall bring. Their gentle pitter-patter prances lighter than the wind. Close your eyes, my darling little love. The barn is filled with fright and fear, below as is above. Breakfast ready, maws agape, arousing sweet delight. Here awaits you to awake, devoured by morning's light. Let's see, for hostesses, cleanliness is next to godliness. Fortunately, the subject this hostess wishes to clean is all for it. Week 4, routine cleaning. Room 105, clean carpet stained with vomit. 108, clean stains and fingerprints off walls. 205, broken glass, contacted supplier for replacement. Week 5, 105, cleaned carpet stained with vomit. A lesson needs to be taught. 211, replace shower head. Cracks in the glass in room 205 disappeared. Week 8, front desk table needs repair. 102, floor is scorched. I saw that, I'm sure of it. Scorch marks disappeared. That's a good baby. Week 10, room 105, bloodstains, carpet ruined. It's time for punishment. 202, glass completely shattered, repaired all by itself. And a good baby deserves a reward. Tonight, room 105, of course. Kimberly. Oh, it's gonna be her and Kayla talking, isn't it? She didn't actually, like, ditch. She just hid herself.
Oh dear. It seems a lot transpired while I was away.
After a moment's thought, she dials a number on her phone. A few rings later, the call is answered.
Miss Grace, I thought you'd forgotten me. I've been exposed.
As expected, the voice on the other end is restless.
Kimberly, care to tell me what happened in this motel? There's blood and brains splattered in the hallway. Who died and how?
It was that Xeno madman. He shot himself in the head. But I still haven't managed to destroy the ritual sigils under his bed. And I couldn't find the...
So she was trying to destroy the sigils. She sighs.
Now that our base of operations has been exposed, we'll have to take away everything related to the ritual and leave. The Foundation's rats will thoroughly search this place soon.
Ugh, the last thing I need right now is to deal with them.
There's a brief and unusual silence on the other end of the line.
And, could you tell me more about this Burton?
There's a hint of anxiety in her voice.
I might have had a slip of the tongue when she confronted me earlier. How good is her memory?
Extremely.
Not Kimberly. People rarely pay attention to things that don't directly involve them.
She smiles faintly.
But I do look forward to seeing her again.
Okay. What now? Okay, we're back at the Foundation.
We're just here to have a conversation, Ms. Tuesday. Relax.
I found it in the wilderness.
You mean the motel with arcane powers? Just to confirm, the base form of this arcane consciousness is a heart-shaped fetus, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's about as intelligent as a one-year-old human, and it lacks the ability to deliberately plan or cause the incidents in the motel. Meanwhile, it sees you as its mother, displaying remarkable trust and dependence on you.
Yep, pretty much.
Therefore, we believe you were a major contributor to these incidents, or rather, the one who pulled the strings.
A little bit, yeah.
You may not have acted with evil intent, but your actions have caused many residents in Chisos to suffer mental breakdowns. They were seeking some form of relief from their mental anguish, which provided the perfect opportunity for the Manus to entrench themselves so deeply in this town. Isn't that so, Miss Tuesday?
Well, I've never been to that town. And even if it is, as you say, they made their choices, didn't they?
I see.
She scribbles down the information on her clipboard.
The timekeeper just reported another crucial piece of information to the Foundation. Were there any activities going on in the motel undertaken by the self-proclaimed followers of the Order of Enlightenment?
Oh, there indeed were. They left not long ago. I still remember their faces.
Well, that could be useful.
What did they do at the motel?
They scribbled on the floor and made strange noises. Oh, I remember now. Whatever it was they were trying to do, it was a total failure. One poor girl became trapped inside their mirror.
So, that might have actually been the Kayla that Argus was looking for. Oops!
Never stopped trying to escape. The mirror would make banging noises all night long.
We didn't find anyone trapped in a mirror during our search.
Well, That's sad, I suppose.
Her expression remains calm, as always.
If you knew they were from a dangerous arcanist organization, why didn't you report them to the Foundation?
Why would I?
She licks her lips.
Fear doesn't frighten me. No, quite the contrary. It excites me. I would embrace fear any day of the week.
Okay. The end. We actually got to the end in a single stream. It's a miracle. What's this? Now that the Foundation staff have taken over here, it's time for the routine cleanup procedure you excel in and hate. Okay, subject of supervision. An unknown arcanum entity at the current stage identified as a living consciousness, commonly referred to as Tuesday's Motel, hereafter referred to as the Motel. Level of self-awareness, medium to low, lacking gender, age, or any cognitive attributes, but capable of responding to certain human linguistic cues. Arcane skills. Abilities include, but not limited to, influencing cognition, creating illusions, generating enclosed spaces, and creating aggressive arcanum entities. Tests indicate that the subject responds to Tuesday's voice and actions approximately 60.15% of the time, and can follow certain simple commands such as defend, allow, and forbid. It is less responsive to researchers and exhibits a certain level of aggression. Tuesday denies manipulating or training the Motel, claiming that their relationship is one of nurture and partnership. According to Tuesday, the subject was discovered in the Texas countryside, dynamic in its form and size, currently mimicking the motels along Route 77. The subject's size correlates with the amount of fear it absorbs. The subject can create tangible arcanum entities that implant illusions in affected individuals and cause real damage. Witness records show that these entities can exhibit characteristics associated with popular North American myths and legends, including but not limited to Bloody Mary, the Mothman, and poltergeists. Handling recommendations. Given Tuesday's influence over the subject, it is recommended that the motel is kept under Tuesday's stewardship, but Tuesday must be monitored at all times. Alternatively, consider transferring them to Team Timekeeper. Okay. Now that's over, I can finally get back to gathering information on urban legends around here. Every day, a certain amount of urban legend materials will refresh. Gathering it will help Barbara piece together stories. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Hey, is this some kind of interview? Are you a journalist? Heading all the way out here from the city, trying to dig up some dirt on the Badlands. You want to hear those stories? Hey girlie, listen up. Some of those rumors are true. You ever heard about the old town where everyone had nervous breakdowns, scared out of their wits by birds, shadows, and who knows what? And about those drivers who stayed at the motel running for their lives at the crack of dawn, pedal to the metal. They're my friends, my clients, my favorite bar owner. How could I not believe them? We did what we could to spread the word. We wanted to get this thing covered in a small article in the Southern Voices. That's exactly how these stories get around, see? Oh, fresh urban legend material? Let me take a look. Okay. People have told all kinds of details about urban legends. I wonder how the story will unfold. Okay. I didn't see what it was. Let's see, buddy, I heard this wild story at a disco party. A woman was driving home alone at night when the radio started broadcasting news of a local kidnapping. Just then, her phone rang. At the same time, in her rearview mirror, she noticed a car rapidly speeding towards her. So we get to choose what she does. keep driving. The woman was understandably spooked. There was no way she'd answer her phone in a situation like this. The car behind her was clearly after her, and she had to focus on driving to make sure her hands wouldn't shake off the steering wheel. Swerving seems stupid. Slowing down, it would probably hit her. But speeding up also seems fairly stupid. We're gonna say she's panicking. The driver was tailing her closely, just as she feared. Frightened, the woman floored it, trying to shake off the car. Chase. Sure. That made the driver even crazier. His car chased after hers closely, and at one point his bumper even tapped hers. Keep going. So the woman sped up again. She ran through the red lights, but the car continued to pursue her. Finally, she arrived home. Watch out. At the moment, she heard the driver of the car behind her lean out the window and shout, "Get out of the car, there's someone in your back seat." It was then that she saw that there was a kidnapper hiding in the back seat, ready to attack. An urban legend with a distinctive twist. From the details, I could see how the story takes shape, and I enjoyed how it unfolded. Okay. We got an S-class. Cool. Okay. So I guess if we do the other options, we get the other endings. Okay. Interesting. That will be interesting to go through. Okay. Let me do some stuff real quick. We might have enough for a draw. I'm not sure. We might as well see what's there. Let's see, who is the one that we can draw? I don't really want Tuesday. Oh, the baby is now like a little alligator. Oh, interesting. Okay. And Barbara? Okay. I might hold off. I kind of want Argus. Argus is cool. But it's a little early than I usually end, but we actually finished the story. So I'm gonna call it here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Most likely we will be doing Little Goody Two Shoes, just because that would have been today. Might as well be tomorrow. That being said, stream might start a little late. I do not know. I just know I have stuff I have to do in the morning. So I will post in Discord when I know for sure. So I will see you guys later. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Bye.